Chapter 1205. Li Dishi smiled kindly at Bai Shuang. He took the initiative and pointed to the seat across from him. My dear, you're finally back. Sit. Bai Shuang calmly sat down across from him and exchanged a few words with him. Have you had lunch yet? Do you want to order takeout? She didn't seem surprised at all that Li Dishi had appeared in her hotel room. Li Dishi was also very satisfied with Bai Shuang's calmness. He smiled and shook his head. No, I'm not hungry. Let's not talk about food now. I wanted to ask you, how is it going? Everything is going well. Bai Shuang said calmly, her gaze becoming firm and solemn. But so far, only Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze have been seen. I haven't seen Hua Xiaoheng. After a pause, Bai Shuang gritted her teeth and said, Didn't you say that Hua Xiaoheng would be with Gu Nianji? I've already said that I just want to kill Hua Xiaoheng and avenge my father. I don't want to complicate matters. Be quiet, be quiet. Dear. Li Dishi reached out and pressed his hand down to calm Bai Shuang down. I know that the Huaxia Empire has a saying that the death of one's father is absolutely irreconcilable. But you can't be too anxious. It'll be bad if you alert the enemy. That Mr. Hua is too cunning. I don't care how powerful he is. In short, he killed my father, so he must die. Bai Shuang's tears came out as she said this harshly. She wiped the tears on her cheeks with the back of her hand and whispered. But you haven't given me any concrete evidence. What if? What if he didn't kill him? If you lie to me, I'm not that easy to bully. No one has questioned what I said to Li Dishi yet. You are the first, Li Dishi said with a smile. In the face of Bai Shuang's questioning, he didn't seem to be angry and thought it was reasonable. If Bai Shuang believed him too quickly, it was either because she wasn't capable enough, or because she wasn't shrewd enough and didn't have enough vision. Li Dishi didn't want to cooperate with someone who couldn't accomplish anything but only spoiled things. Therefore, he understood why Bai Shuang repeatedly asked for evidence. Bai Shuang looked resolute and insisted, I have done what you asked me to do. I purposely created a few chance encounters with Zhao Liangze. Not only did he still have feelings for me, but he also made it clear that the person he loved was me, not my cousin. I've already won his and Gu Nianji's trust. As long as Hua Xiaoheng was in Cape Town, he would always show up to look for Gu Nianji. However, before I act, I still want to see the evidence. Li Dishi listened with great satisfaction. After plotting this for so long, it was finally time for it to end. Well, I promised you, when you led them to the Société Française Générale Bank, and I'll give you the evidence. As he spoke, Li Dishi took out a flash drive. This is the proof of allegiance that Hong Kong Quan, the head of the Secret Service, provided when he contacted the CIA. When she heard that it was Hong Kong Quan who had provided the information, Bai Shuang's eyes flashed. It's really him. There was a possibility that it was true. Bai Shuang took the flash drive from Li Dishi suspiciously. She got up, found her laptop, and plugged the flash drive in. The flash drive contained a recording archive, as well as an internal top-secret material. However, the material was incomplete, and there were only a few pages. She clicked on the play button of the recording archive, and Bai Yueran's calm voice came from the computer's microphone. General G, Speaker Long, I think this is a golden opportunity. Major General Hua happens to be near that area, so we should authorize Major General Hua to act immediately. As far as we know, Bai Yuxing hasn't revealed all the information he knows. It's not because he still has a sense of shame, but purely because he wants to maximize the benefits of the information in his hands. Because once he revealed everything, he would no longer be of any use to them. The Americans are the best at turning hostile and ruthless, and they specialize in selling out their underlings. As soon as Bai Shuang heard that Major General Hua should act at the same time, she burst into tears. She would never forget that day for the rest of her life. Sitting on the balcony, enjoying the sea breeze, drinking red wine, texting and calling her cousin, and waiting for her father to return from diving. She didn't expect to receive bad news. Bai Shuang covered her mouth and cried sadly. Seeing Bai Shuang's reaction, Li Dixi was even more satisfied. He stood up. I will leave these things for you. Think about it carefully. I don't need to teach you what to do, right? Bai Shuang nodded quietly. Don't worry. Li Dixi stood up with the help of his crutches. Lead them to Société Générale Bank and let them find the evidence themselves. You don't have to worry about the rest. No, I want to avenge my father with my own hands. Bai Shuang shook her head. You can't deprive me of this opportunity, or I will give up on the cooperation. Give up on the cooperation. Li Dixi narrowed his eyes. Do you think you can still get off the boat at this point? Why not? You can just kill me. Bai Shuang raised her head slightly, her eyes filled with despair. I live to avenge my father. Li Dixi stared at her for a few minutes and tried to use hypnosis to test her. Bai Shuang was too emotional, and Li Dixi spent a lot of effort. Just as it worked, a ringing phone woke Bai Shuang up from her hypnotic state again. Li Dixi's eyes darkened. He retracted his gaze and said calmly, Okay, I will contact you again. Bai Shuang blinked and looked down at her phone to find that it was Gu Nianji's number. She showed her phone to Li Dixi and raised her eyebrows. Look, they have complete trust in me. What else do you have to worry about? I don't want to go through so much trouble to lure them into the trap, only for others to steal the credit and reap the benefits in the end. Her words were so reasonable that Li Dixi couldn't refuse, and he even agreed with her in his heart. In their line of work, performance and status were more important. Money was secondary. Moreover, Li Dixi had investigated Bai Shuang and knew that she didn't lack money. Okay, keep up the good work. I will let you personally participate. Li Dixi nodded and left Bai Shuang's room with the help of his crutches. He got into his black bulletproof car and ordered someone to drive it away immediately. In the car, his personal assistant asked worriedly, Do you really trust Bai Shuang? Yes, Li Dixi said lightly. Li Dixi said indifferently, People like her are the focus of our development. She is the best candidate for this operation. Relatives betrayed, lovers stolen, and fathers killed. If she doesn't cooperate with us, who will she cooperate with? Director is wise. His personal assistant quickly flattered him, then intentionally or unintentionally criticized Reinitz in front of Li Dixi. In fact, if Major General Reinitz had put in some effort in this matter, you wouldn't have had to personally win over Bai Shuang. Although Bai Shuang has connections, she is no longer a member of the Huaxia imperial government. I think her role is limited. Li Dixi sighed deeply. It's not that Reinitz isn't good enough, but there are some people we can't fight against. You don't understand. He had told Reinitz that if he encountered a situation where he had to fight He Zhichu, he must not fight him head-on. Li Dixi didn't expect that He Zhichu would really go to the Taj Mahal to help Gu Nianji. Reinitz returned empty-handed, and the report he wrote bluntly said that He Zhichu was too powerful and that his mercenaries were very powerful. All of them combined were no match for him. Reinitz was able to escape because he used Gu Nianji to threaten He Zhichu. He Zhichu was worried about Gu Nianji and didn't want to hold back, so he took the opportunity to escape. Li Dixi had always thought that Reinitz was as powerful as Hu Shaoheng and was only slightly weaker than He Zhichu. He Zhichu was powerful not because he himself was powerful, but because the power behind him was too powerful. Even with Li Dixi's position in the CIA, he couldn't find out He Zhichu's true background. Therefore, Li Dixi, who had always been known for his caution, didn't act rashly and didn't punish Reinitz. However, Reinitz didn't completely fail. At least he led them to Cape Town. This time, Li Dishi carefully inquired about He Jichu and learned that He Jichu didn't follow them to Cape Town. Instead, he returned to the Huaxia Empire. He was currently teaching his doctoral students at B University in the imperial capital. Li Dishi sent people to closely monitor He Jichu's movements to prevent a repeat of the previous situation of overtly repairing a plank road while secretly infiltrating another city. On this side, Reinitz had already been exposed, so he wouldn't send Reinitz again. Instead, he looked for one of the candidates he had been looking for a long time, Bai Shuang. After Li Dishi left, Bai Shuang stood in front of the window of the hotel room with a glass of red wine in her hand. She stared at the scenery outside for a while, then drank the red wine in her hand. She changed into another red dress and waited to go to the bank with Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze left the Truth Cafe and found a very high-end seafood restaurant. The two of them sat by the window, and outside the window was still the vast sea. As soon as Gu Nianji sat down, she found a man sitting behind her. His aura was very familiar to her. It was Hua Xiaoheng. This is the third update of the day, Chapter 1196, The Best Candidate. Today is the fourth day of the double monthly votes for October. Everyone, hurry up and vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1206. This time, Hua Xiaoheng changed his appearance again. He no longer looked like a waiter from an African cafe. Instead, he looked like a Caucasian with a high nose and deep eyes. He wore a khaki hunting suit with light camouflage. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing the tattoos all over his arms. He was wearing khaki overalls and a pair of earth-colored mountain boots from a well-known military boot brand, Black Eagle. It was impossible to tell that he was a Chinese man. He sat leisurely on a chair in the restaurant, back to back with Gu Nianji. The steam rising from his body almost enveloped Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's face reddened. Zhao Liangze sat across from her. He looked at her uncomfortable expression, then at Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting behind her. He smiled knowingly and picked up the menu to order. This was the season to eat lobsters. Zhao Liangze ordered a steamed lobster for Gu Nianji. It was fresh from the sea and weighed 2 to 3 pounds. Coupled with the small squid rings that were covered with egg powder and fried yellow, sprinkled with salt and pepper, and then shredded Basque green peppers, drizzled with a little mayonnaise, mixed together to eat, it was truly a supreme delicacy. The unique sweetness of the fresh lobster was not offset by any other flavors. Then, he took a bite of the fried squid ring sprinkled with salt and pepper. Finally, he finished it with the slightly sweet and sour Basque green pepper. It was like a top-grade perfume. Even the taste was divided into the beginning, middle, and end. After eating a few mouthfuls, the fragrance lingered in one's mouth, making one forget to return home. The more Gu Nianji ate, the happier she became. She no longer paid attention to the situation around her. Zhao Liangze took the opportunity to discuss the day's events with Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting behind Gu Nianji. Both of them were wearing Bluetooth headsets and holding cell phones in their hands. Zhao Liangze texted Bai Shuang's condition. Little Zhe, Bai Shuang took the initiative to take us to the bank and asked about you many times. Mr. A, it seems that there is indeed a problem. Go with her, don't worry. Xiao Zhe. I'm not worried. I'm worried about your honey. Mr. A, Hua Xiaoheng had always used Alex outside, so everyone called him Mr. A. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless when he saw Zhao Liangze's message. He didn't say anything else as he stood up to pay the bill and left. By the time Gu Nianji finished the steamed lobster, she realized that Hua Xiaoheng had already left. Zhao Liangze's expression didn't look too good because he still couldn't accept the possibility of Bai Shuang betraying him. Gu Nianji looked back silently and didn't ask Zhao Liangze anything. She quietly ate her dessert. What she wanted was a small volcanic lava cake. It was freshly baked and melted in her mouth. There was coffee inside, and it was a little bitter, just enough to counteract the excessive sweetness. Gu Nianji's mood improved as she ate. She saw Zhao Liangzi's frown and smiled. What's wrong? What's bothering you? Lighting and photography, get ready. As she spoke, she held a spoon in front of Zhao Liangzi like a microphone. Using the tone of a late-night talk show host on a radio station, she coaxed him to speak his mind. Tell me your story. Zhao Liangzi was speechless. He grabbed the spoon that Gu Nianji handed to him and threw it away. He pulled her up and said, let's go. Get in the car first. I'll take you for a ride along the coast. It was still early before the time they had agreed on with Bai Shuang. Zhao Liangzi felt really aggrieved and had to get some things off his chest. He got into the jeep with Gu Nianji and stepped hard on the accelerator. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the coastal embankment of Cape Town. At this time, the embankment was empty, and they were the only car speeding under the blue sky. Next to them was the blue Atlantic Ocean. The sea water lapped against the reef and sometimes splashed onto the embankment. Gu Nianji looked at the magnificent scene outside the car while quietly listening to Zhao Liangzi talk about his worries. She knew that at this time, Zhao Liangzi only needed a pair of ears to listen and didn't need her to give any opinions. Zhao Liangzi turned the steering wheel and stepped on the brakes. A few seagulls flew in front of their window and almost hit the windshield in front of them. I don't know what happened, but Bai Shuang is really different from before. Gu Nianji grunted. How is she different? She didn't like to wear red clothes before because she said that her original look was more gorgeous, and wearing red would make her look tacky. Gu Nianji held back her laughter and nodded. What else? Now she wears red dresses all the time, and it's not the same every time. I don't know what's wrong with her. When Zhao Liangzi said this, he slammed the steering wheel hard, and there was a shrill whistle. Another flock of seagulls was startled, and they fluttered away into the sky. That's nothing. Gu Nianji tilted her head. Women are fickle when it comes to clothes. I didn't like to wear dresses when I was a child, but now I like them very much. Zhao Liangzi glanced at her with a sneer. You didn't like to wear dresses when you were a child because you were fat. Gu Nianji's face turned green. Don't point out people's shortcomings when you scolded them, and don't hit their faces when you hit them. Zhao Liangzi pursed his lips and apologized perfunctorily. His mood became even more chaotic. He hated himself even more. He knew that Bai Shuang had a problem, and it was probably a big problem, but he still loved her. He loved her hopelessly. Gu Nianji saw that Zhao Liangzi's mood was even more depressed, so she stopped messing around with him. She thought for a while and said, Bai Shuang has experienced a lot of things, and she has never had anyone around her that she can trust and rely on. Seeing you kiss director Bai that day may have been the straw that broke the camel's back. She had no one she loved, no father, no job, and her father was condemned by everyone for treason. These were all unbearable things for Bai Shuang, who had once been a proud daughter of heaven, right? Gu Nianji put herself in Bai Shuang's shoes and could understand her mood. However, if Bai Shuang really made an unforgivable mistake, Gu Nianji didn't want to absolve her. She didn't care about the tragic mental journey of the person who committed the crime. There were many miserable ordinary people, and not everyone who had an unfortunate experience would commit a crime. When the vast majority of people encountered difficulties, they chose to face them and overcome them. Only a very small number of cowards and people with dark hearts would take revenge on society and harm others. There must be a bottom line. This was the principle that Gu Nianji had always adhered to. She analyzed the change in Bai Shuang's behavior only for Zhao Liangzi. She didn't want to see Zhao Liangzi sad. Zhao Liangzi said with a gloomy expression, I thought that might be the reason. After a while, Zhao Liangzi took a deep breath. If I go to her and tell her to give up all her current actions, is there still time? As long as it hadn't caused a serious mistake, Zhao Liangze always had a glimmer of hope. Gu Nianji shook her head and said lightly, Brother Zhe, I don't think that's appropriate. First, we don't have any evidence, and all our opinions are based on speculation. I studied law, and the law stresses evidence. You can't convict someone with only logic and no evidence. Second, what if Bai Shuang just wants to change her mood and start over? For example, when we girls break up, many people choose to cut off their long hair and start over. Third, even if Bai Shuang really colluded with someone to harm us, I'm not willing to give up this opportunity. Opportunity? Zhao Liangze was surprised. What other opportunity could there be? Isn't it a trap? You see, what she's been trying to do, isn't it to lure us? To be honest, Bai Shuang's plan was very clumsy. Not only did she fail to deceive experts like Zhao Liangze and Hua Xiaoheng, but even Gu Nianji, a layman, could see that something was wrong. However, Gu Nianji looked at the problem from a different perspective than Zhao Liangze. She said faintly, Brother Zhe, do you know why Alex and I came to Cape Town? I heard from Alex that you were looking for something. Yes. Gu Nianji nodded. Actually, we have no clues at all. We only know that the thing is in Cape Town. But Cape Town is so big, how can we find it? Looking for a needle in a haystack? How long will it take to find it? Now, thanks to Bai Shuang taking the initiative to come to me with a clue, even if I know she may have ulterior motives, I can't give up this opportunity. Do you understand? Even if it was a trap, she had to take a look. The person behind the scenes obviously understood her mentality and threw out a bargaining chip that she couldn't resist. Even if it was a pit of fire, she had to jump in. That means you must go, no matter what. Yes, I must go, no matter what. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. That's the clue left by my father. I can't give up. Zhao Liangze didn't say anything else. Since she had to go, there was no need to think about it. This was his mission and duty. He didn't care about life or death, and he wasn't afraid of danger. He would go through fire and water with an order. The two of them drove on the vast coastal embankment for a while. Zhao Liangze saw that it was almost time, so he turned the steering wheel and drove to the financial street in the city center. The French bank was located in the middle of the financial street. It used to be the largest foreign bank in Cape Town, but now it was only a second-rate bank, not even a first-class one. From a distance, the two of them saw the red dress standing in front of the bank. It was as easy to recognize as a landmark. To be honest, Bai Shuang's figure was graceful and looked very good in a red dress. In the past, she had always looked cheerful and bright, so wearing a red dress might have been a bit tacky. But now, besides her cheerfulness, there was a hint of sharpness like a blade. It miraculously cut through the tackiness, making her look gorgeous and extraordinary, and her aura was powerful. Zhao Liangze looked at Bai Shuang like this, and his eyes were a little blurred. He said. The Bai Shuang in the past was never very confident. Every time she went out to eat with me or to a concert, she had to go to the bathroom several times to tidy up her makeup. Even her hair had to be tidy. But now, Bai Shuang stood in front of the bank building, her shoulder-length hair disheveled by the wind, but she didn't care at all. Her big bright eyes seemed to glow, and the expression on her face was even more excited. Gu Nianji couldn't help saying, at that time, she was chasing after you, so of course she wasn't confident in herself. Now I'm afraid she has already given up on you. Gu Nianji said silently in her heart. She had experienced the stages of secret love and open love, so she knew how a woman's mood changed during these two stages. Impossible. Zhao Liangze flatly denied. I know she still loves me. Her eyes can't lie to me. Gu Nianji, this is the first night watch of the day, chapter 1197, I know she still loves me. Today is the 5th day of the double monthly votes in October. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. Second night watch at 1 p.m., third night watch at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Only Reading Makes People Happy in Life for the 20,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1207. When Zhao Liangzi said this, his tone was resolute. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands were visible. Gu Nianji silently glanced at Zhao Liangzi, knowing that this man, who obviously loved Bai Shuang, had given up on treatment. She didn't directly refute Zhao Liangzi's words and just smiled at him. I hope Brother Zay's wishes come true. With that, she opened the door and jumped out, then waved at Bai Shuang. Miss Bai, over here. Bai Shuang's eyes lit up when she saw Gu Nianji, then she looked at the jeep behind her. Only Zhao Liangzi got out, and she seemed a little disappointed. It's really just the two of you. Gu Nianji smiled and pretended not to understand what she meant. She fanned herself with her hand and said, It's so hot. It's almost May, and it's still so hot. Cape Town was in the southern hemisphere, and the four seasons were the opposite of the northern hemisphere. It was the end of April and the beginning of May. In Cape Town, summer had just ended and autumn had entered. Maybe it's autumn. Everyone is still wearing clothes like it's summer, Bai Shuang said uneasily. She looked behind Zhao Liangzi again before withdrawing her gaze. She smiled at Gu Nianji and said, Which bank do you want to go to first? Gu Nianji said bluntly, The one you showed me. I think it's quite unique. I want to see its layout. Okay, come with me. Bai Shuang held her hand and turned into the lobby of the bank. Zhao Liangzi was carrying a small travel bag containing water, snacks, essential balm, some band-aids, medicine, and a folding umbrella. He wore a khaki hunting jacket with a pistol tucked into the pocket of the jacket lining. Cape Town was a city that allowed guns. For safety reasons, Zhao Liangzi had to carry a weapon with him. He followed Bai Shuang and Gu Nianji into the lobby of the bank. It was afternoon, and there weren't many customers in the bank. As soon as the three of them walked in, they were very eye-catching. Bai Shuang was bright and beautiful, Gu Nianji was delicate, and Zhao Liangzi was handsome. It was impossible not to attract attention. The account manager of the bank immediately came over and asked in English with a smile, Good afternoon, everyone. How may I help you? Bai Shuang immediately looked at Gu Nianji. Do you want to open an account, or do you already have one? Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. I'm just here to visit. I don't need to open an account. I don't have one anyway. Bai Shuang was very regretful and said, All right then, I'll open an account in the future if I have the chance. She turned down the bank's manager and said, We were attracted by the architecture here and just wanted to take a look. So it wasn't a depositor. The smile on the account manager's face faded a little, and he nodded to them. Please help yourselves. With that said, he turned around and went back to his office. Gu Nianji looked around the lobby and quickly found the place where the handwritten English poem was hung. She didn't try to hide it. She hurried over and stood in front of the handwritten English poem with a frown. Bai Shuang seemed to have just realized Gu Nianji's intentions and asked curiously. You like this poem very much? I don't think it's anything special. Gu Nianji smiled and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She raised her chin and said, Don't you think that not only does this poem sound very nice to read, but the words are also very nice? Bai Shuang glanced at it. Handwritten English is nice to write. Yes, not just anyone can write to this extent. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes. Do you know who the original author is? Bai Shuang shook her head. I don't know. How would I know? After a while, she couldn't help but ask again, What's wrong? Is this poem very important? How do you know? Gu Nianji asked casually. Her eyes were almost glued to the poem as she tried to find something different about it. Bai Shuang laughed. Look at you. You're so focused. Are you going to tell me that it's just a moment of curiosity? Gu Nianji looked back at her and said with a smile, this poem is indeed very interesting, but I can't say whether it's important or not right now. What's there to be afraid of? One person is better than two. Tell us, and we'll analyze it together. Bai Shuang suggested with a smile. 3 heads are better than 1 zhuge liang. Gu Nianji blinked her unusually large eyes and wondered, actually, I don't know what's special about it. Maybe this question is too difficult. I think I'll probably never find the answer in my lifetime. Bai Shuang seemed a little disappointed. She lowered her head and was silent for a while. If you don't tell me in detail, how can I help you analyze it? Did she really want Gu Nianji to say it? If Bai Shuang had nothing to do with this matter, Gu Nianji wouldn't say a word. But now it was clear that the people behind Bai Shuang knew that the poem was very important to Gu Nianji. Maybe they were the people who chased after her from the Taj Mahal. Therefore, there was no need for her to hide it. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and said, actually, it's like this. My father once left me a poem. It's this one. I suspect there's a special connection between the two, and it indicates something. Her words were half true and half false, so no one would doubt it in a short time. Because the highest standard for a lie was 1 part truth and 9 parts falsehood. Bai Shuang was taken aback. Ha! Your father. You found his whereabouts? Gu Nianji, she shook her head slowly. No, I'm looking for him. This poem is one of the clues. In fact, Gu Nianji had already learned from Reinitz that this poem was not a prediction of Gu Xiangguan himself, but something else, such as data or something. The data that her grandfather, Gu Haoze, had stolen from the Gestapo headquarters. It was also something that Reinitz had said the Bureau had been tracking for nearly half a century. Oh, that's very important. Bai Shuang spoke in a northeastern dialect, causing Zhao Liangzi to frown. He remembered that Bai Shuang actually hated the northeastern dialect and never spoke it before. Although she was born in the imperial capital, her parents had sent her to live with her grandparents in the northeast for several years when she was a child, so she had learned a pure northeastern dialect. Later, when she returned to the imperial capital to attend middle school, she was teased by her classmates for a long time because of her northeastern dialect. After that, she refused to speak in northeastern dialect again. This time, she actually said it openly in front of him and Gu Nianji. Zhao Liangzi couldn't help but look askance. Bai Shuang seemed oblivious and continued as if nothing had happened. If this poem is a clue, does it predict a location or an object? Gu Nianji couldn't help glancing at Bai Shuang and said calmly, it could be a location, or an object. In fact, other than that, we have no clues at all. I see. Bai Shuang frowned slightly and nodded. Then let's continue looking. Gu Nianji smiled without saying anything. She took out her phone and aimed at the handwritten English poem to take photos. Bai Shuang's eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Nianji and suddenly said, Nianji, do you know how many words and letters this poem has? Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows. I know. 86 words and 365 letters. Why? This was the second watch of the day, chapter 1198, Important Clues. Today was the 4th day of the double monthly vote for October. Everyone, hurry up and vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. 8:00 p.m., the 3rd watch. Mwah. Chapter 1208. You even know this. Bai Shuang looked so surprised that Gu Nianji almost rolled her eyes. Is it that difficult? Gu Nianji curled her lips at the handwritten English poem. You'll know once you read it. The corners of Bai Shuang's mouth twitched. Who would read an English poem and deliberately count how many letters and words there were? Maybe top students really were a different species from ordinary people. Bai Shuang stopped being perfunctory and nodded. I see. It's really interesting. How is it interesting? Gu Nianji didn't react for a moment and quickly thought about the two numbers in her mind. Was there any special meaning? Her heart skipped a beat and she remembered the address of the bank. It seemed to be number 86. To be precise, it was number 86 on Financial Street. This hint, Gu Nianji really wanted to kneel. Who would think in that direction? But maybe if she really used big data to analyze this handwritten English poem, this information would appear. Gu Nianji's eyes turned and looked at Bai Shuang. I think I just remembered. What did you remember? Bai Shuang's eyes lit up and grabbed Gu Nianji's shoulder. Tell me what you remembered. Gu Nianji glanced at Bai Shuang's hand on her shoulder speechlessly. Why was she so excited? She said slowly. I remember that the address of this place is also number 86. 86 Bank Street. When she was searching for this place on her phone, she had caught a glimpse of it on the phone map. Banking Street 86th. That was the address. Ha! It's true. What a coincidence. Nianji, you're so smart. Bai Shuang let go of Gu Nianji's shoulder and patted her on the back with so much force that Gu Nianji almost stumbled. Zhao Liangzi quickly walked over to support Gu Nianji and said to Bai Shuang with dissatisfaction, Bai Shuang, what are you doing? I was complimenting her, can't I? Bai Shuang raised an eyebrow. Nianji, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it just now. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. I'm fine, but Miss Bai, I still can't figure out what's going on. I want to go back and think about it carefully. Zhao Liangzi glared at Bai Shuang. I'll believe you a little more if you apologize a little more sincerely. Bai Shuang was unhappy and rolled her eyes. Forget it. You already have a prejudice against me. No matter what I do, it's wrong. I was being a busybody today. I'm leaving. You guys take your time to watch. With that said, he actually turned around and strode away. Zhao Liangzi frowned and glanced at her back. He was in a terrible mood. Gu Nianji's gaze followed Bai Shuang's back until she could no longer be seen. She patted Zhao Liangzi's hand and whispered, It's okay, Brother Zhe. I'm fine. Zhao Liangzi looked away and let go of Gu Nianji's arm. He muttered, As long as you're okay, as long as you're okay. Gu Nianji looked back at the handwritten English poem and had an idea. She suggested that they go back first. She wanted to clear her thoughts again. There were too many mysteries, and she could not believe it at that moment. Zhao Liangzi led her away with a heavy heart and went straight back to the apartment-style hotel suite they had rented. As soon as Bai Shuang came out of the bank, a taxi stopped on the side of the road. Bai Shuang opened the door and found Li Dishi sitting in the back seat. She quickly got in and nodded at Li Dishi. You're here too. Drive, Li Dishi instructed and asked Bai Shuang at the same time, how was it? Did they find any clues? Bai Shuang said confidently, although it was more difficult, I have led them closer step by step. Hua Xiaoheng's whereabouts? Li Dishi asked slowly. If you can't get rid of him, your trip will be in vain. Bai Shuang frowned and twisted the strap of her small backpack uneasily. You haven't found his whereabouts either. We only found out that Gu Nianji didn't come alone. There was a man with her. Li Dishi's eyes were dark, and he was also a little unhappy. I don't know if it's him. It should be Gu Nianji's escort, Zhao Liangzi. Bai Shuang blinked. He said he was here to accompany her on vacation. He didn't mention Hua Xiaoheng. It's a pity that there aren't many surveillance cameras installed at the airport here. It's impossible to investigate the people leaving customs one by one. The driver sitting in the front row interjected. Bai Shuang was already used to this. Li Dishi came prepared this time, so he must have arranged everything properly. That's not surprising. If it weren't for that, how could this place become an arena for multinational competition? Bai Shuang smiled. The government agencies in Cape Town are useless. Everyone organizes their own armed forces to protect their own interests. From shops to homes, the rich hired their own security companies to protect them. Those who didn't have money could only resign themselves to fate. Although there was no longer racial discrimination against black people here, the economy and public security were much worse than before. Li Dishi nodded with satisfaction. Bai Shuang was indeed a good person. If she successfully helped them set up a trap for Hua Xiaoheng this time, he could really consider hiring her to work for him. But if Hua Xiaoheng really comes, I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with him with just the few of you. Bai Shuang tactfully stated her conditions. Mr. Li Dishi, I hope you can personally take charge. You don't know how terrifying Hua Xiaoheng's strength is. My goal is him. If I fail, I won't get a second chance. Li Dishi generally wouldn't be present in person for an operation of this level, but he would watch and direct from a distance. But this time, it was different. This time, it was the closing stage. After planning for so long and spending so much manpower and material resources, Li Dishi didn't want everything to be in vain. Moreover, Hua Xiaoheng was indeed very powerful. Reinitz couldn't show up, so Li Dishi really didn't trust anyone else to preside over this operation. He thought for a moment and slowly said, as long as I can confirm that Hua Xiaoheng will definitely appear, I will personally lead people to help you. Bai Shuang, you will personally see him fall at your feet. You can even shoot him with your own hands and add a few bullet holes to his body, Li Dishi said with a smile. There was a hint of excitement on his kind face that couldn't be hidden. Will I? Bai Shuang frowned in confusion. I doubt it. You know nothing about his abilities. Nothing. Li Dishi snorted. Girl, we know much more information than you think. Oh. Really? What exactly are they? Bai Shuang asked curiously. Li Dishi smiled without saying anything. Bai Shuang waited for a while, but when she saw that Li Dishi didn't speak, she didn't ask any more questions. She changed the subject and said, actually, I don't know if this will succeed, but I can only do my best. The key is that I don't know what you hid in that bank that could attract them. We didn't hide that thing. We just found it by chance. Li Dishi laughed. If they need further hints, you might as well hint that it's a set of data. Data? Hidden in the bank. Bai Shuang expressed her confusion. Shouldn't the data be hidden in the computer? Li Dishi glanced at her and said with a smile, if you hint at them like that, they will believe you more. From Li Dishi's observation, Zhao Liangzi did have feelings for Bai Shuang, which made things much easier. Men tended to lose their heads when they fell in love, so Bai Shuang really had a chance. Bai Shuang wasn't so optimistic. Her eyes flickered as she asked. Is it data related to my father? Your father? Oh, no, that thing is much more important than what your father provided. Bai Shuang, seeing that Bai Shuang's expression had obviously darkened, Li Dishi smiled and said, however, the data provided by your father wasn't bad either. With the clues he provided, our CIA destroyed many of your country's contact points in North America and almost wiped them out in one fell swoop. Bai Shuang didn't look very happy. My dear, are you not happy to hear this news? Li Dishi asked keenly as he narrowed his shrewd eyes. Bai Shuang quickly shook her head. It's not that I'm not happy. I just thought that my father didn't deserve to die no matter what. I just can't accept the fact that they lynched him like this. You don't understand. At that time, your father was under the strict protection of our people. They had no chance of getting your father back to the country other than lynching him. And if they were the ones dealing with traitors, that would be the only thing they would do. However, Li Dishi didn't say this out loud. If he did, Bai Shuang would definitely turn hostile. This girl had deep feelings for her father. Li Dishi felt that he could understand Bai Shuang's choice and approach very well. But your protection still failed. Bai Shuang stared at Li Dishi and asked suspiciously, "Do you really have a way to get rid of Hu Xiaoheng?" "I still doubt it." "Then wait and see." Li Dishi laughed, dispelling the last trace of doubt he had about Bai Shuang. In order to make Bai Shuang work for them wholeheartedly, Li Dishi also gave her more benefits. "This is for you. From now on, you are one of us. This badge is your identity nameplate." Li Dishi also handed Bai Shuang an envelope and said with a smile, "There is your account number and password inside. Use this account number and password to log on to the CIA website, enter your personal page, and update your information. See if you are satisfied with your salary. Agent Bai, welcome to join us. This is the third update for today, Chapter 1199, Not Willing. Today is the 5th day of the double monthly vote in October. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. Good night, my dears. Chapter 1209. Bai Shuang held the envelope containing the CIA account number and password. She let out a long sigh of relief and showed an expression of relief. "Mr. Li Dishi, I finally don't have to worry about you suddenly abandoning me." Bai Shuang looked grateful and raised the envelope in her hand. "I finally have a job again. It hasn't been easy. You used to be a spokesperson for a country, but this job has wronged you. They didn't want you because they didn't have the foresight. Sooner or later, you will make them look at you differently and realize how wrong they were to dismiss you." The more Li Dishi looked at Bai Shuang, the more satisfied he became. Most importantly, Bai Shuang was the niece of the new Prime Minister of the Huaxia Empire. With this relationship, she would be able to access high-level secrets in the future, so he didn't need to say more. Even if Bai Shuang couldn't work in a government agency, it would be a piece of cake for her to get some information with her uncle's connections. Li Dishi spoke emotionally to Bai Shuang about her father, Bai Yuxing. "I am an old friend of your father. We have appreciated each other for so many years and know each other very well. I helped you escape your country smoothly and seek refuge in a beautiful and free life. Unfortunately, that Hu Xiaoheng was too cruel. Your father had clearly gone abroad, but he still relentlessly chased him out of the country and took his life with his own hands." Bai Shuang was silent, and the expression on her face was even mournful. Reed Hill observed her expression and patted her hand. My God. My dear, don't be sad. Your father didn't die in vain. According to his intelligence, we destroyed nearly 63 branch systems of the Huaxia Empire in North America and eliminated nearly 100 people. This is a rare victory for our CIA in recent years. He had used this victory to become the CIA's secret second-in-command, mainly responsible for Europe and Asia. Eliminated so many people. Bai Shuang looked surprised, and her fingers trembled slightly. Yes. Did you arrest them all?" Arrest them. Our CIA has a limited number of prisons. If we lock up so many people, there won't be enough cells. Li Dishi smiled meaningfully. Bai Shuang's heart was pounding. She tried to suppress her surprise and fear and said as calmly as possible, "I understand. I will take responsibility." Li Dishi patted her on the shoulder and smiled, revealing his white dentures. "Like father, like daughter. I am waiting to see you surpass your father's achievements." "Surpass my father's achievements?" Bai Shuang had mixed feelings. "I think this is very difficult, not difficult. Li Dishi was also very excited. "As long as you can get rid of Hu Xiaoheng, your achievements will definitely surpass your father's." When the time comes, I'll ask for credit for you. At the very least, I'll give you the position of the Asia Liaison Office Director. Bai Shuang smiled and began to bargain. Mr. Li Dishi, do you take me for a fool? Although I wanted to take Hu Xiaoheng's life to avenge my father, killing him was only worth the position of the Asia Liaison Office Director. Shuang, I need to think again. Li Dishi choked on Bai Shuang's words, but he quickly recovered and said with a smile, you're right. If Hu Xiaoheng is really executed, then the position of division chief is really unfair to you. You are right. If Hu Xiaoheng is really executed, the position of director will be too much for you. Bai Shuang nodded slightly and said with a calm expression, although there is still a certain distance from my expectations, we have already made a good start. As she spoke, she extended her hand to Li Dishi. Mr. Li Dishi, it's been a pleasure working with you. It's been a pleasure working with you. Li Dishi shook her hand. The two of them discussed the issue of contact in the car. Finally, they arrived at the hotel where Bai Shuang was staying. Li Dishi said, after you take them to find that thing, remember to find a chance to take a photo and send it to us. I will try my best. Bai Shuang nodded. And I don't know how big that thing is. Will it make them suspicious when I take a photo? Believe me, this thing shouldn't be big. It's only the size of a few sheets of A4 paper. Li Dishi seemed to be very familiar with that thing. Bai Shuang asked curiously, you sound like you have seen that thing before. I have indeed seen it before. It was the year I first went to Europe, Li Dishi said with emotion, instantly immersed in his memories. But at that time, he was just a fledgling. He didn't know that he would become a powerful secret manipulator in the future. He only happened to see the data regarded as top secret by the Gestapo once when he was cleaning the room. It was only the size of a few thin pages with some data and graphics drawn on it. Later, he learned that those were several sets of graphics of human DNA ribonucleic acid, followed by densely packed data. Their scientists treated these few pages as if they had found a treasure. They could spend several days and nights reading the information on them without eating or sleeping. Because it was too confidential, the Gestapo headquarters prohibited the material from being taken out of the tightly guarded data room. Even replicas could only be placed in the room next to them. It was impossible to take the data out of the entire base. The scientists who came to borrow the data racked their brains, but they couldn't take the data away. Some of them tried to recite the entire data, but there were so many numbers, and in the end, only about a quarter of the content was memorized. Decades later, they worked with the CIA's secret laboratory to create a genetic virus weapon that was specifically targeted at the Huaxia people. It spread through the air and almost caused a large country to fall into hysteria and panic. Li Dishi shook his head regretfully when he thought of this. Unfortunately, if they had all the data, the Huaxia Empire wouldn't have been able to resolve the virus scare that time. The panic only lasted for half a year before it was completely brought under control. It was said that a vaccine had been developed. Li Dishi gathered his thoughts and thought of the top secret data that was about to be within his reach. Hu Xiaoheng, who was about to become history, and Gu Nianji, who was about to become his. Li Dishi's aging face flushed an abnormal red. Even the experienced and astute spymaster could not remain calm in the face of such a huge temptation. Because as long as he succeeded, he would be the first person in the history of international espionage. At that time, it would be his turn to take over the position of the head of the CIA, Mr. Li Dishi. Bai Shuang saw that Li Dishi had suddenly stopped talking, so she quickly reminded him, I heard that their time in Cape Town is limited. You have to prepare early. Li Dishi came back to his senses. That's not a problem. As for the specific time of the operation, I will inform you after you confirm Hu Xiaoheng's whereabouts. Bai Shuang agreed. It's best if you are present when the time comes. With Hu Xiaoheng's ability and cunning, I don't think anyone else among you can preside over this operation. It doesn't matter. I will try my best to show up. If I can't, don't doubt me. I will make sure that this operation only succeeds. Failure is not allowed. Li Dishi smiled mysteriously and motioned for Bai Shuang to get out of the car. Bai Shuang shrugged indifferently. I have said what I should have said and done what I should have done. If we don't succeed this time, can you guarantee that I will be able to escape unscathed? Of course. I have plenty of arrangements. Li Dishi agreed and immediately sent some of the people he had arranged to hide in the dark to Bai Shuang's phone. See for yourself. If I can't come and they can't stop Hu Xiaoheng, you can also retreat with these people. Okay. Bai Shuang looked at her phone and sent it to her email. I will wait for your good news. When Bai Shuang entered her hotel room, Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi also returned to the small courtyard of the apartment-style hotel they had rented. Gu Nianji didn't speak along the way. Her mind was only thinking about the two numbers over and over again, 86 words. If it means an address, 86 Financial Street, then what do the 365 letters represent? Gu Nianji muttered to herself as she opened the door and walked in. Hu Xiaoheng came out of the dining room. You're back. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. When did you get here? I arrived a little earlier than you guys. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips and watched Gu Nianji throw herself into his arms like a swallow returning to the woods. Hu Xiaoheng opened his arms and caught her firmly. He smiled and said, Little Zay is here. Aren't you shy? Brother Zay is not an outsider. Gu Nianji rubbed against Hu Xiaoheng's arms indifferently. He won't mind, right, Brother Zay? Gu Nianji turned around and looked at Zhao Liangzi with a smile. Zhao Liangzi covered his eyes with his hands and groped his way to his room as he said, You guys continue. Continue. Just pretend I don't exist. Okay, come here. I have something to say. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and walked to the master bedroom. Gu Nianji, Zhao Liangzi, the two of them still followed him. After they entered, Hu Xiaoheng closed the door and walked to the bed with a normal expression. He sat down, then patted the seat next to him and said to Gu Nianji, Sit. Gu Nianji quickly sat down next to him. Zhao Liangzi sat on the single sofa beside the bed. Hu Xiaoheng began to talk about the information he had found in the past 2 days. Someone has indeed contacted Bai Shuang these past few days, and the situation is not optimistic. Hu Xiaoheng's expression became serious. And I also found out that a batch of guns and ammunition has mysteriously changed hands in the black market in Cape Town recently. Based on past experience, this is a sign of mercenary activity. Mercenaries generally did not bring weapons into the country personally. They would find local, legal or illegal gun markets to buy weapons after arriving at the place. Zhao Liangzi's brows furrowed so tightly that they could kill mosquitoes. He angrily kicked forward and brandished his fists, saying, I can't take it anymore. I can't let Bai Shuang continue to make mistakes. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and said very coldly and forcefully, Little Zay, you should be more worried about your own safety. If there is really something wrong with Bai Shuang, then according to the information we have found, we are now besieged on all sides. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1200, The First Man. Today is the 6th day of the double monthly votes for October. Everyone, hurry up and vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. The second update will be at 1 p.m. and the third update will be at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi for the 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Heaven's Candy for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1210. It's that serious? No way. Zhao Liangzi still had a glimmer of hope that he could save Bai Shuang before things got out of hand. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him indifferently. You're about to be wiped out by the enemy, yet you still have the heart to save your girlfriend. Little Zay, are you stupid? Zhao Liangzi was rendered speechless by Hu Xiaoheng's words. After glaring at him for a while, Zhao Liangzi's eyes gradually turned red, and his nostrils flared. He opened his mouth several times, but couldn't say a word. Gu Nianji sympathized with Zhao Liangzi, who had always been smooth sailing, and had almost lost his confidence as a man. She couldn't help but tug at Hu Xiaoheng's shirt and whispered, "Don't be so absolute. Maybe the situation isn't as bad as we think." Yes. Nianji is right, maybe it's not that bad. Zhao Liangzi looked at Gu Nianji for help, hoping that she could help convince Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji nodded slightly and shifted her gaze to Hu Xiaoheng's impeccably handsome side profile. "Alex, listen to me. I always feel that Bai Shuang has a lot of suspicious points. Not only her probing, but also the way she handled things after meeting us. It's so different from before." Hu Xiaoheng looked ahead noncommittally, crossed his arms, and stretched and bent his long legs in front of the bed. His strong body was like a bow, ready to go. Gu Nianji looked at Zhao Liangzi again. "Brother Zhe told me that Bai Shuang didn't like to wear red dresses before, but this time she only wears a red dress. Bai Shuang usually pays attention to her appearance, especially her hairstyle, but now she doesn't care about her hair being messed up by the wind. Also..." Gu Nianji paused. "She used to only be interested in Brother Zhe, but now she's more interested in you than Brother Zhe." Zhao Liangzi's face also turned green. "I didn't say that. He wouldn't make himself a cuckold for no reason." Gu Nianji curled her lips. "Yes, Brother Zhe didn't say that. The last point was my observation. Bai Shuang won't be interested in Alex." Zhao Liangzi refused to give up and only said, "I'm the only one in her heart." Gu Nianji didn't comment on Zhao Liangzi's secret confidence. She was only analyzing the situation based on the facts. Bai Shuang has shown so many different behaviors and ways of doing things in such a short period of time. I think it's a clear signal. It's clearly telling us that something is wrong with her. Gu Nianji purposely glanced at Hu Xiaoheng and whispered, "Alex, did you?" Hu Xiaoheng was in this line of work, so was Bai Shuang working for him. Was she a spy from the Special Operations Forces? Gu Nianji couldn't help letting her thoughts wander. Zhao Liangzi immediately denied it. "No, that's impossible. The Special Operations Forces wouldn't hire an outsider to be a spy for such a dangerous mission." Hu Xiaoheng was very satisfied with Zhao Liangzi's answer. His expression relaxed a little, but he still looked at Gu Nianji and said quietly, "I have no private contact with Bai Shuang, and I can't let Bai Shuang go undercover." Gu Nianji was a little embarrassed, but she still muttered, "Actually, we can kill two birds with one stone, right? Why not?" "We won't." Hu Xiaoheng corrected Gu Nianji's idea. "Our line of work is very professional. We have our own organizational discipline. Those who can work in the field have gone through very strict selection and training. It's impossible to let them go out to do field work without training in the base for 3 to 5 years. Bai Shuang hasn't received any relevant training. If we let an inexperienced person like her go undercover, she'll be seen through in minutes. Maybe they can follow the clues and catch all of our people in one fell swoop. It's really harmful to others and ourselves. And we won't disregard human life for the sake of the mission. Bai Shuang is a citizen of our country. We have the responsibility to protect her safety overseas, but we have no right to ask her to risk her life for us," Zhao Liangzi said in a low voice, his expression serious. Gu Nianji couldn't raise her head after being lectured by the two men. She pursed her lips and said unwillingly, "But how can you let me get in touch with Bai Shuang? Isn't this asking me to do things for you? Did we let you go alone?" Hu Xiaoheng touched her head. "If we set it up, when did we not have someone to accompany you? Little Zhe, Big Xiong, and I have never let you be alone." Gu Nianji had been alone in Germany because they hadn't taken the initiative to attack. Instead, they had been lured away by the enemy. Gu Nianji thought about it carefully and realized that was really the case. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng with mixed feelings, then looked at Zhao Liangze and asked hesitantly, "Are you really not going to consider letting Bai Shuang do things for you? If she's deliberately acting different to remind you, or if she's being controlled and has no choice but to do this, but you don't believe her, isn't that discouraging her?" Hu Xiaoheng's face was expressionless at this time. He only held Gu Nianji's hand that was grabbing his shirt and said in a low voice, "Nianji, at times like this, we can't have the slightest hope. I know you're a law student and look for evidence for everything. But there's a prerequisite, and that's that in court, everything is based on evidence. In our line of work, people who look for evidence for everything are no longer alive in this world," Hu Xiaoheng said coldly and forcefully. Hu Xiaoheng said coldly and forcefully. His tone was unquestionable. "What you've said is only a possibility. It's just your guess. We don't know what the truth is. At times like this, we can only take all necessary measures to maintain our own safety and interests as much as possible." Zhao Liangze understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant. As a professional, he couldn't refute it, but he was so sad that he couldn't even lift his head. "But do you think we can't win Bai Shuang back?" Gu Nianji thought about it again and felt that her analysis was reasonable. "If she can work for us, we can get twice the results with half the effort." Of course, she also had to admit that Hu Xiaoheng's argument made more sense. In a situation where it was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe, wishfully thinking that the other party wasn't the enemy would only be sending herself to the enemy's mouth. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji with some reproach. "Nianji, you can't do this. You can't do anything to achieve your goal." Gu Nianji's fair and tender little face finally turned red. She was so embarrassed that she wished there was a hole in the ground that she could crawl into. Zhao Liangze saw Gu Nianji's embarrassed look and couldn't bear it. He quickly coughed and gave Hu Xiaoheng a look to tell him to stop talking. Hu Xiaoheng didn't look at him and continued to correct Gu Nianji's misconception that she liked to take shortcuts. "I've been investigating privately for the past 2 days and found that the person who was in contact with Bai Shuang is most likely Li Dishi, the godfather of the Gestapo." Hu Xiaoheng frowned. "Do you know who Li Dishi is? He's a veteran spy that even I have to be wary of. Is this person very powerful?" Gu Nianji thought about it for a while and figured it out. Anyway, it wasn't shameful to be lectured in front of Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze. One of the benefits of growing up with them was that she could withstand sarcasm and criticism. "Let me tell you something that he once did. Back then, when the oil countries in the desert region were at war with other countries, Li Dishi traveled among the oil-producing countries alone and provoked war. The current chaos in the oil-producing countries can all be traced back to Li Dishi's achievements. Also, he was also a very high-ranking person in the CIA. He was just a cover for the Gestapo." Hu Xiaoheng didn't have any other thoughts about Li Dishi. After all, Li Dishi's work area didn't intersect with Hu Xiaoheng's. The two of them minded their own business, so there was no need to treat each other as enemies. However, when Gu Nianji was in danger in Germany, Hu Xiaoheng went through a lot of investigation and found out that Li Dishi was behind Reinitz. Only then did he take him seriously and even hate him. Li Dishi had ulterior motives for Gu Nianji, and Hu Xiaoheng was also eyeing Li Dishi. The phrase, "know thyself and know thy enemy," was absolutely mutual between them. Li Dishi is such a powerful person. How could someone like Bai Shuang, who has no experience at all, escape his investigation? If I wanted to send an undercover agent, would I have sent someone as insignificant as Bai Shuang? I really did send her. As soon as Li Dishi investigated, she would be a dead person now. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Zhao Liangze. Especially since she is still entangled with little Zhe. This kind of person with a love brain is a big taboo in our line of work. Love is blind, and it is the easiest for people to get carried away. This was the second update for today, Chapter 1201, The Biggest Taboo in Your Line of Work. Today was the 5th day of the double monthly votes for October. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1211. So Bai Shuang didn't contact you. Although Gu Nianji understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant, she was still a little confused. Then is she an enemy or a friend? Hu Xiaoheng interrupted her. You can think of her as an enemy, but for me, only by considering her as an enemy can we formulate a flawless plan of action. We can't afford any accidents. Any accidents could cause the lives of their own people. Hu Xiaoheng had to be careful. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and shook her head. Okay, I'll listen to you. I really don't understand. Once again, Gu Nianji deeply understood that professionals had to do professional things. Hu Xiaoheng stood up. I'm already arranging the operation. A batch of light weapons will be shipped from the sea tonight. I'll go meet them. Zhao Liangzi quickly stopped him. I'm more familiar with this area. I'll go. No need. You stay here with Nianji. Maybe Bai Shuang will come to see you again tonight. You can try to get some information from her. Hu Xiaoheng explained and said to Gu Nianji, I put a gun in the safe in your master bedroom. It's loaded and secured. Remember to take the gun to protect yourself in case of an accident. The more formal hotel rooms usually had a safe for the guests to store their valuables. A safe? Gu Nianji's eyes suddenly lit up. Hu Xiaoheng's words were like a beam of light into her foggy mind. The problem she had been thinking about was suddenly solved. She quickly took out her phone to search. It was just as she had thought. She said excitedly, I know what the 365 letters of the poem stand for. Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi exchanged a look. What is she talking about? Bai Shuang gave me a hint. The poem has a total of 86 words and 365 letters. I remember the address of the bank is 86 Bank Street. I've never been able to figure out what 365 letters mean. Gu Nianji was so excited that her little face was glowing. She firmly attracted Hu Xiaoheng's gaze. He reached out to stroke Gu Nianji's hair and said with a smile, no hurry. Speak slowly. Okay. Gu Nianji squinted at him and smiled comfortably. She was as comfortable as a spoiled little kitten. Zhao Liangzi closed his eyes. If you have something to say, say it. Don't show off your affection. Gu Nianji turned to look at him and smiled. This 365 should represent the number of the bank's safety deposit box. Safe deposit box. Yeah. Safe deposit box. Gu Nianji showed Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi the information she had just found on her phone. Look, I looked up how to rent safe on this bank's website. Deposit box. These numbers, starting from 1, were the choices they provided. Of course, many of the numbers are already occupied, which means that the safe has already been rented. Just like hotel rooms, banks would also provide safe deposit boxes for customers to rent and store valuables. If Gu Nianji's guess was correct, perhaps there was something they needed in the bank's safety deposit box 365. Hu Xiaoheng's brows relaxed, and he smiled slowly. That makes sense. Looks like it's in this safe. But... Gu Nianji spread her hands and said frankly, we don't have any proof. How can we request to open this safe? Zhao Liangzi whistled and smiled. You don't have to worry about that. Do we still need to do it if we have proof? He winked at her. Gu Nianji was stunned. Ha! You can open a bank's safety deposit box without proof or a key. Is that what I think it means? If you don't say it, we can still be good friends. Zhao Liangzi sneered and shook his finger at her. Alex is the best at opening safes. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng stood up as if nothing had happened and said calmly, "It seems that I have to be present for this matter." No. Gu Nianji immediately objected. They might be waiting for you. What if it's a trap? Why would it be a trap? If it's a trap, then I won't go. Hu Xiaoheng pressed his hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder nonchalantly. If Bai Shuang comes to trap you later, you can leak this information. Don't worry about anything else. Since the other party's target was him, he didn't mind playing with them. Hu Xiaoheng liked this kind of excitement and uncertainty. Every minute and second of play was like a heartbeat. Hu Xiaoheng left in a hurry, and Gu Nianji was extremely worried. She crossed her arms and walked in circles in the bedroom. Zhao Liangze was dizzy and snapped, "Sit down. I'll make you faint if you keep walking." Gu Nianji, she sat down next to Zhao Liangze and looked at him in confusion. "Aren't you worried at all?" "Don't worry, those people are no match for Alex." Zhao Liangze was very confident in Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji shook her head. "I'm not talking about Alex, I'm talking about Bai Shuang." Zhao Liangze lowered his head. After a long time, he whispered, "I hope we all guessed wrong. I hope it's not too late." Gu Nianji put her hand on his shoulder and pressed encouragingly. "Don't be discouraged. Come on." During dinner, Bai Shuang came over as expected. She brought a bottle of red wine and said with a smile, "I'm here to freeload. Am I welcome?" Zhao Liangze looked at her fiery red dress and delicate face. Their eyes met, and it was like a sledgehammer hitting Zhao Liangze's heart. His eyes were a little sore, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He smiled and said, "Welcome, welcome. Come and sit." He took the initiative to get a knife, fork, and chopsticks for Bai Shuang and asked her what she wanted. Bai Shuang looked at their table. There were fried yellow croaker in butter, steamed prawns and scallops, and a few large lobsters. She couldn't help but laugh. "You guys really know how to enjoy yourselves. I'm coming." She sat down next to Gu Nianji and took the wine glass to pour her wine. Gu Nianji covered the wine glass with her hand and said with a smile, "I can't drink." "You drink with brothers, eh? Right?" Bai Shuang was a little embarrassed and had no choice but to pour Zhao Liangze another glass. Zhao Liangze rubbed the wine glass and said with a smile, "I have something to do tomorrow. It's not appropriate to drink today." "You have something to do tomorrow. What is it? Do you need my help?" Bai Shuang said with great interest. "I'm free for the next few days." Gu Nianji glanced at Zhao Liangze and got his permission. She turned to look at Bai Shuang and said softly, "I guessed what the 365 letters mean." "Oh. That's amazing." Bai Shuang blinked, and her face flushed. She was extremely excited. "What does it mean?" "I thought about it all day, but I couldn't figure it out." Her expression was too exaggerated. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She said casually, "It should be the number of the safety deposit boxes rented by the bank for customers." "You mean safe deposit?" Bai Shuang slapped Gu Nianji on the shoulder. "You're so smart." "I think it must be. That's for sure." Gu Nianji smiled brightly. "Brother Zhe said so too. He's already sent a message to Hu Xiao." Zhao Liangze nodded calmly. "Hu Xiao will come tomorrow. He will definitely be there in person for such a big event." Bai Shuang's pupils suddenly shrank. She stammered, "Hua. Hu Xiao will really come tomorrow?" "Of course." Zhao Liangze looked straight at her. "Isn't that what you want?" I was just asking." The smile on Bai Shuang's face faded. She didn't eat dinner anymore. She stood up and said, I just remembered that I have something to do. I'll leave now. As he hurried to the door, he seemed to have remembered something. He turned around and said, see you tomorrow. A long time after she left, Zhao Liangzi finally looked away as if nothing had happened. He turned around and saw that only the shell of the large lobster was left in front of him. He was furious. Gu Nianji. You can just eat your own. You still want to eat mine. Gu Nianji giggled and quickly ran out of the restaurant. Bai Shuang returned to her room, her heart thumping wildly. After a long silence, she dialed Li Dishi's contact number and left a voicemail. The target has taken the bait. He will arrive in Cape Town tomorrow. When Li Dishi received this news, he also found out that a ship had quietly entered the harbor at night. He was convinced that Hu Xiaoheng had snuck over at night. He also gave an order to his own people, activate Plan A, I will personally command. Even if Hu Xiaoheng didn't show up in the end, it didn't matter. He would directly kidnap Gu Nianji and there was no need to worry that Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't follow. This was today's third chapter, chapter 1202, Seeing Through, Not Saying Anything. Today is the 6th day of the double monthly votes for October. Everyone, hurry up and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1212. The next day at dawn, Zhao Liangzi got up and went for a morning run. Unsurprisingly, he ran into Bai Shuang in red sportswear again. The two of them jogged side by side on the sidewalk of the hotel area facing the rising sun. Zhao Liangzi felt terrible, but he still pretended to be nonchalant and laughed with Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang, why do you suddenly like wearing red clothes? I remember you used to hate red clothes. Bai Shuang smiled and narrowed her eyes. Really? I don't remember before. I think I look good in red now, so I'm wearing it. As she spoke, she ran around Zhao Liangzi. Do I look good? Do I look good in red? She was panting from running, and her fair face had been tanned to a light honey color. Her full lips were slightly parted, and her big eyes were brighter than the sun that had just risen. In Zhao Liangzi's eyes, her beauty at this moment was unparalleled. But the more beautiful she was, the more Zhao Liangzi's heart ached. Finally, he couldn't run anymore and gradually slowed down. I have to go back. Nianji is alone in the room. She will be scared when she wakes up. Bai Shuang was slightly jealous. She is already an adult. Do you still treat her like a child? She is less than 20 years old. In my eyes, she is still a little girl who needs to be taken care of. Zhao Liangzi said coldly, she is not like you. You can take care of yourself. Bai Shuang almost vomited blood. Her chest rose and fell violently. After a while, she reluctantly apologized. It's my fault. I shouldn't have targeted Gu Nianji, you were wrong in the first place. Why did you target her? Zhao Liangzi glared at her, but looking at Bai Shuang's sweaty cheeks and listless eyes, he couldn't say anything more to reprimand her. The two of them stood on the tree-lined path in the hotel area and looked at each other silently. The sea breeze blew from not far away, bringing with it a slightly cool sea breeze from the Atlantic Ocean. It blew away the impatience in their hearts. Have you had breakfast? Zhao Liangzi looked at his watch and asked, breaking the silence between the two of them. Bai Shuang shook her head. I was in a hurry to run this morning and didn't eat anything. Go eat at my place. Zhao Liangzi turned to leave. I have to make breakfast for Gu Nianji in the morning anyway. We won't be able to finish it. Bai Shuang's heart warmed, and she smiled as she followed. Halfway there, she quietly reached out and grabbed Zhao Liangzi's hand. Zhao Liangzi's footsteps paused for a moment, but he didn't shake off Bai Shuang's hand. Instead, he let her hold it. He looked straight ahead and continued walking forward. However, by the time they reached the door of the apartment-style hotel's courtyard, Zhao Liangze had already taken the initiative to hold Bai Shuang's hand. The two of them didn't let go until they walked into the kitchen. Gu Nianji was woken up by the rich aroma of porridge. She lifted the quilt, went to the bathroom to wash up, changed into sportswear, and went to the dining room. The rooms here were all so-called open-plan kitchens. The dining room and the kitchen were almost one, separated only by a set of sofas. Gu Nianji stood at the entrance to the dining room and couldn't help but blink when she saw the two busy figures in the kitchen. She recognized Zhao Liangze's figure, but the woman who was busy beside him in red sportswear seemed to be Bai Shuang. What was she doing in their kitchen so early in the morning? Gu Nianji walked in suspiciously and knocked on the kitchen counter. "Brother Zhe, good morning." Zhao Liangze looked back. "You're up. Did you wash your face and brush your teeth?" "I did." Gu Nianji nodded and looked at the woman in red sportswear next to him. It was indeed Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang turned around and smiled at her ingratiatingly. "Nianji, you're up. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Breakfast will be ready soon." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. "Good morning, Miss Bai." She walked to the dining room and sat down. She kept rubbing her phone, wondering when Hua Xiaoheng would come. But after waiting all morning, there was no news from Hua Xiaoheng. After breakfast, Bai Shuang dawdled around with them for a while. Several times, she looked expectantly in the direction of the door, but no one came in. Both Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze knew what she was looking forward to, and their feelings were very complicated. Gu Nianji still had hope for Bai Shuang. Zhao Liangze had almost completely given up. For him now, every second he could spend with Bai Shuang was one more second of memories he could have in the future. He knew that the two of them really had no future. The three of them chatted aimlessly in the living room. It was almost noon, but Hua Xiaoheng still hadn't come. Bai Shuang was wondering if she should find a reason to stay a little longer when her phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Li Dishi's secret number. Bai Shuang stood up calmly and said with a smile, "My captain is looking for me. I'll leave first." After a few steps, she asked again, "When do you plan to go to the bank? If you need help, just ask." Zhao Liangze also stood up and said calmly, "There were guests here before, so it wasn't appropriate for us to say that we wanted to leave. Now that the guests have left, we can go out to the bank." He treated Bai Shuang as a guest and spoke in a very distant tone. Bai Shuang's expression changed. Her lips trembled violently, and tears were about to flow from her eyes. But she took a deep breath and looked up at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. She suppressed her tears and said, "I'm sorry to have wasted your time." She turned and left in a hurry, and Zhao Liangze also took Gu Nianji out the door. When Bai Shuang returned to her hotel room, she had already recovered. She opened the door with a smile and saw Li Dishi sitting on the sofa in her living room. Behind him stood 4 burly men in black suits. The 4 burly men were all wearing sunglasses, and it was obvious that they were of the Germanic race. Bai Shuang nodded. "Mr. Li Dishi, what can I do for you?" Li Dishi asked with a smile, "I should be asking you that. You have a good relationship with Gu Nianji and the others. You stayed with them all morning." Bai Shuang smiled and said, "Of course. I already said that the two of them are easy to deal with. Hua Xiaoheng is the difficult one." Her expression darkened as she said, "Hua Xiaoheng hasn't come yet. He is so cunning. Could it be that he didn't take the bait?" Li Dishi had been paying close attention to Bai Shuang's expression, and her every move didn't escape his scrutinizing eyes. He could see that Bai Shuang hadn't received professional training, so she wasn't very proficient in many areas. But because of her father, she was destined to never stand with the Huaxia Empire again. Li Dishi was very confident in this aspect of Bai Shuang. He was just worried that she wasn't experienced enough and would be seen through by Zhao Liangze and the others. After repeatedly asking Bai Shuang about Zhao Liangze and Gu Nianji and confirming that she hadn't given herself away, Li Dishi nodded with satisfaction and said, "You don't have to worry about Hu Xiaoheng. Our people saw him get off the boat last night and arrive in Cape Town." Bai Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up. "Really? He's already here?" "Yes." Li Dishi stood up. "Do you know when they are going to make a move? You must go with them." The corners of Bai Shuang's eyes twitched twice, and she whispered, "They are going to the bank now. I will let them go first, and if they need help, I will help." Li Dishi was even more satisfied. "Okay, don't act too eager. The best way is for them to come and beg you." In Li Dishi's opinion, if Bai Shuang took the initiative to go with them, the other party might be suspicious. But if the other party was helpless, Bai Shuang would make a move and gain their trust. Bai Shuang's eyes flickered twice, and she said, "But how can I help them? Why don't you give me the key to the bank safe, and I will find a chance to pretend that I got it from the bank." Li Dishi sighed and shook his head. "If I had the key, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to lure them here." "Ha! You don't have the key either. Then, it's useless if they can't open the bank safe." Bai Shuang said involuntarily, feeling nervous. She never expected that even Li Dishi didn't have the key, but in Li Dishi's eyes, although the things in the bank safe were important, they were definitely not as important as Gu Nianji. If they could kidnap Gu Nianji for research, the data would simply become a few pieces of waste paper. Could data from more than half a century ago be compared to a living person? Gu Nianji had everything they wanted. However, he wouldn't tell Bai Shuang all of this. This was because he and Bai Shuang had a common enemy, and that was Hu Xiaoheng. Bai Shuang wanted to kill Hu Xiaoheng because the hatred for killing her father was absolutely irreconcilable. And Li Dishi wanted to kill Hu Xiaoheng purely because of Gu Nianji. He knew very well that in order to fully possess Gu Nianji, he had to kill Hu Xiaoheng first. Otherwise, he would face Hu Xiaoheng's omnipresent pursuit. He would spend the rest of his life on the run. If that was the case, so what if he had Gu Nianji in his hands? He couldn't calm down to do research, and it was even more impossible to produce any results. To be honest, Li Dishi didn't have the confidence to fight Hu Xiaoheng and escape unscathed. He felt that the most certain way was to hide in the dark and use the hands of the traitors to kill Hu Xiaoheng. From the previous Hong Kong Quan to the current Bai Shuang, they were all life-threatening talismans that he had prepared for Hu Xiaoheng. Last time, Hu Xiaoheng was lucky and was even able to escape from the natural magnetic field at sea. This time, he was thousands of miles away from the Huaxia Empire. He wanted to see who else would come to save him and Gu Nianji. Li Dishi showed a confident smile on his face. He walked to Bai Shuang's side and patted her on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Gu Nianji is very smart. I believe she should be able to find a way to open the safe." Bai Shuang pursed her lips and asked skeptically. "But they don't have any credentials or identities. How can they find the safe?" She was afraid that they wouldn't even be able to enter the basement where the safe was placed. "Ha ha ha, I'll have to rely on you, my dear." "Dear," Li Dishi said, snapping his fingers behind him. One of the 4 bodyguards behind the sofa took off his sunglasses and came to Li Dishi's side. Li Dishi pointed at him and said to Bai Shuang, "This is the executive of that French bank. He is actually one of my people. He has the credentials for the safe and a topographic map of the basement. How about it? Find an opportunity to leak some information to Gu Nianji and the others. When they return from the bank in defeat, it will be time for you to step in." At this time, Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze had already gone to the bank. The two of them walked around the lobby and didn't ask a single word about the safe. They only asked about opening an account, then sat down in the lounge area under the pretense of waiting for someone. The two of them took out their phones, sat on the left and right sides of the sofa, and began to play with their phones. In fact, they had connected to the free Wi-Fi that the bank provided to its customers and hacked into their network system. This was the first chapter of the day, chapter 1203. Her beauty at this moment is unmatched. Today was the 7th and final day of the double monthly votes in October. Everyone, hurry up and vote if you have monthly votes. The second chapter was at 1 p.m., and the third chapter was at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1213. Take a look at the ticket warehouse and see if there are any monthly votes left. If there are 5 votes, then kiss me. If there are still votes, please give the Major General 2 monthly votes. It's all up to you guys. Chapter 1214. Perhaps because this bank was located on the African continent and had the unique arrogance of Europeans as colonists, they looked down on the intelligence of the locals. Therefore, the security of the bank's network system was perfunctory, but it was better than nothing. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze had originally planned to act together and concentrate their superior strength to deal with the port. This way, they could achieve their goal in a fixed time. In the end, the two of them hadn't acted at the same time. Gu Nianji tested it alone and found that the port was only protected by a very simple password composed of any 4 letters. After testing, they found that the password composition here was relatively backward. It could only be composed of letters, and numbers and other arbitrary symbols couldn't be used in the password. The combination of 4 arbitrary letters was 26 by 26 by 26 * 26, a total of 456,976 combinations. Of course, it was very cumbersome to test these 400,000 combinations by manpower, but if they used a small program using the exhaustive method, it would only take less than a second to find them. Gu Nianji looked at the password that ran on her phone, ABCD, and shook her head speechlessly. How careless must they be to use such an idiotic password combination for the external port of a large bank? She sent a text to Zhao Liangze, "I found the password." Zhao Liangze looked at the ABCD password but wasn't surprised at all. He had been in this place for a few months and couldn't be more familiar with the quality and attitude of the people here. This was indeed something that the IT network managers here would do. It was because it was difficult for them to recruit really capable programmers to work on the database admin. After finding the password to enter the internet port, Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze successfully hacked in. After entering, the two of them split up. Zhao Liangze was more professional. He focused on the overall network system to figure out the software and hardware used by the bank, and then left a Trojan backdoor inside. Gu Nianji mainly looked for safe deposit box-related information. This part should be in the operation module, business division. Gu Nianji's fingers nimbly slid on her phone, and within a few minutes, she found the bank's processing safe. Deposit boxes branch system. This was a very simple SQL database. It recorded every safe deposit box's details and safe deposit box's number was the database's primary key. Every key was not repeated. Gu Nianji figured out the SQL primary key. She immediately used 365 to search and immediately found the safe they were looking for. Happiness came so quickly that Gu Nianji couldn't believe her eyes. Glancing at their watches, it took them less than 5 minutes to find this message from the time they sat down on the sofa and took out their phones. Isn't this too easy? Gu Nianji muttered, worried that it was a trap, so she used her robo.exe program to go in and take a look. This was a small program that she wrote when she had nothing better to do. Like a mind-detecting robot, she would first go in and take a look. If the other party had an internal exploration program, her robo.exe program would be treated as an intruder. In this way, she would be able to understand the security measures of the other party through the information transmitted by Robo-EXE, as well as the emergency strategy taken against hackers. Her Robo-EXE entered the other party's system as if there was no one there. It quickly circled around without triggering any alarm system. This meant that either the security of the other party's system was so bad that they didn't notice an intruder at all. Or perhaps the other party did not set up any system security at all, thinking that the system's internet would not be breached. Gu Nianji probed for a long time, and after confirming that the other party really didn't notice, she entered the other party's banking system with confidence. After wandering around for a while, she finally understood why the security of this system was so weak. Because this bank only treated the computer network system as an auxiliary part of their business work. Unlike other places, the network had become an inseparable part of everyone's work. In this banking system, it was impossible to transfer money directly through the network. Therefore, they didn't care how high the security of the system was, because these systems weren't mainly used for work, but like hard disks, they were used to store historical data. This kind of performance was exactly what Gu Nianji wanted. What she needed to find was the historical data. Quickly browsing through the system's history, Gu Nianji pulled up all the information related to SafeBox 365 and sent it to her cloud email for storage. She did all of this quickly and covertly. Before the other party could notice anything, Gu Nianji had already retreated unscathed and even secretly erased the login records of the port. Exiting the bank's internal system network, Gu Nianji opened her cloud email to check the content related to SafeBox 365. She looked for a long time, but only saw this paragraph written in the bank's records. SafeBox number 365. Opening and rental date XXXX. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. This date was the year she was born. In other words, this safe box had been rented for 19 years. The annual rent was $50, paid in advance for 100 years. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. It had been rented for so long. From Reinitz's tone, the data related to the genetic weaknesses of the Huaxia people was stored here. They had been investigating for so long, how could they not have found it? Gu Nianji's brows furrowed. From the moment Reinitz gave her the letter, their target had been pointing to this place, right? What was the purpose of luring her here step by step? Was everything here also a trap? Gu Nianji thought about it and ruled out this possibility. The other party had been advancing step by step. They had definitely not lured her here to set up a trap. If they had set up a trap, they would have arrested her a long time ago, just like they had done in the Alps. But they hadn't made a move yet, and they really wanted her to come to this bank. Seeing this safe box, Gu Nianji felt that it was most likely real. The real was fake, the fake was real, the real was fake, there was nothing too deceitful in war. This was the way people like Reinitz and Hu Xiaoheng did things. Gu Nianji pondered and continued to read. When she got to the tenant column, Gu Nianji saw a flamboyant English name, Kevin. Ku. It was her father's English name. Gu Nianji's tears fell instantly. She rubbed the high-definition signature on her phone and had a more intuitive understanding of her father. Looking at the conditions to open the safe, Gu Nianji shook her head speechlessly. This safe was placed on the 6th floor of the bank's underground warehouse, which was also the lowest floor. Complete identification and identification documents were required to enter the basement room where the safe was located. And to open this safe, what was needed was not a key. Gu Nianji was at her wit's end and sat on the sofa with her chin on her hand. It seemed like they really couldn't openly go down to the 6th floor to get close to this safe. If only they had Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. Gu Nianji tried to find happiness in her misery and tilted her head to look at Zhao Liangzi. Brother Zhe, I'm done here. What about you? Zhao Liangzi didn't even look up. I'm almost done too. The download will be over soon, and then we'll go home. The two of them quickly packed their things, left the bank, and returned to their apartment-style hotel. When they got out of the car at the door, Gunyanji saw a black Hummer SUV parked along the street from their room. A tall man wearing a black t-shirt and black jeans leaned against the big tree in front of the door with his arms crossed, waiting for them to return. Seeing that they had arrived, the man raised his head and smiled at them. He had a familiar hooked nose, a full beard, and big sunglasses. He walked methodically. It was Hua Xiaoheng's disguised appearance. He had finally appeared again. Zhao Liang's eyes lit up. He rushed up and said in surprise, "Hua Xiao, you're finally here." Hua Xiaoheng patted Zhao Liang's shoulder and said calmly, "Yes, I'm here." In a small building not far away, Li Dishi, who was observing the situation with binoculars, nodded and said with a smile, "It's Hua Xiaoheng. This is what he looks like after his disguise. He thinks no one knows, but Hong Kong Quan has already revealed this information to us. Give the order to follow these people. When they make their move, we'll make our move." This was the second watch of the day, Chapter 1204, Safe number 365. Today was the 7th and final day of the double monthly votes in October. Everyone who has monthly votes, hurry up and vote. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1215. Gu Nianji happily held on to Hua Xiaoheng's arm as they entered their rented serviced apartment. It was already afternoon, and the sun was scorching hot at 2 or 3 o'clock. Gu Nianji's little face was flushed, and her forehead was slightly peeling. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her face. "You didn't use sunscreen." Gu Nianji, after so many things had happened and so many clues had been obtained, was it really okay for Hua Xiao to only focus on sunscreen? However, he was still elated. Gu Nianji smiled and rolled her eyes. "I'll definitely use it tomorrow." Zhao Liangzi followed them in and overheard them talking about sunscreen. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. When I first came here, I was sure I couldn't tan. Now all of you have seen it." He pointed to his dark, wheat-colored skin. Gu Nianji, she covered her face and ran to the master bedroom. "I'm going to apply a facial mask. I hope it's not too late to make amends." After sending Gu Nianji away, Hua Xiaoheng quietly discussed their arrangements with Zhao Liangzi. "There are a lot of people on the other side. It's confirmed that Li Dishi is leading the team. He should be harder to deal with than Reinitz." Zhao Liangzi's heart was dead. He was not nervous or afraid at all. "It doesn't matter. We're going to the 6th floor of the bank's basement anyway. No matter how many people they have, can they all go down?" Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji had carefully studied the topographic map of the basement and discovered that the only way to get to the basement from above was through the elevator. This meant that they had to take control of the elevator first. Moreover, the elevator was very small and could not carry enough weight. It could only carry 4 people at a time. Any more and the elevator would be overweight and automatically stop working. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head solemnly. They've been planning this for a long time. They must have gone down there. Zhao Liangzi opened his mouth and said gloomily, "What should we do?" He didn't want to die before he succeeded. No matter what, he had to find the item and send Gu Nianji out first. "Is it by Shuang?" Zhao Liangzi gritted his teeth. "Why don't we control her first?" Hua Xiaoheng shook his head again and said calmly, "Bai Shuang was their bait. If we make a move on Bai Shuang, what if we alert the enemy? Are we just going to let them do what they want?" Zhao Liangzi's expression darkened even further. "They have so many people. If we're not careful, we'll suffer heavy casualties even if we don't get wiped out." Hua Xiaoheng patted him on the shoulder and smiled. "That won't happen. Don't be so pessimistic. Gu Nianji had just finished applying her facial mask and walked out. She listened one last time and knew it was very dangerous this time. But because Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze were by her side, she actually didn't feel much danger. To her, danger was always relative. Sitting down next to Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji said calmly, "Their target, other than the contents of the safe, is probably me." Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze looked at her together, their faces expressionless. Zhao Liangze clicked his tongue. "Nianji, can we not be so shameless? The target is you. Are you sure? Do you think you're a gold reserve or the biggest diamond on the blue planet?" Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng was worried about adding to Gu Nianji's psychological burden, so he also comforted her. "Their main target this time isn't you. It's me." Was that supposed to be comforting? She was even more nervous now. Gu Nianji immediately grabbed Hu Xiaoheng's lapel and frowned. "Then why aren't you leaving? Are you going to stay here and let them make a nest of dumplings? There's no one in this world who wants to make a nest of dumplings out of me." Hu Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji was even more nervous, and he couldn't describe what he was feeling. In this girl's heart, he would always be more important than herself, right? He tightened his grip on Gu Nianji's shoulder. Gu Nianji's shoulder was a little painful from Hu Xiaoheng's grip, but she didn't care. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng intently and said with heartache, "It looks like they've been planning this for a long time. Hu Xiao, let's avoid it." They were unfamiliar with this place. Even if Hu Xiaoheng and the others were prepared, Gu Nianji felt that it would still be very dangerous. Who could guarantee that there would be no accidents in such a situation? Hu Xiaoheng smiled lightly and leaned over to kiss the back of her hand. "It's okay. Little Zay and I know what to do. Don't worry. Go and rest. We might not be able to sleep tonight." Gu Nianji looked at Zhao Liangze and saw him nod slightly. She knew that they were going to talk business, and it wasn't appropriate for her to listen too much. "Okay, I'll go sleep for a while. Remember not to be too careless." Gu Nianji touched the mask on her face and regretted that she couldn't kiss Hu Xiaoheng. She returned to the master bedroom and, of course, couldn't fall asleep. Taking out her phone, she opened the topographic map of the bank and carefully looked at the situation in the basement. From the vertical section, the bank basement had 6 floors and was a rectangular shape that went straight up and down. The safe that her father had rented was placed in an inconspicuous corner at the bottom. If the other party had been prepared, where would they be lying in ambush? Gu Nianji's eyes widened as she looked for a place to hide, but it didn't take long before she yawned and fell asleep. Gu Nianji really wasn't interested in looking at the topographic map. In the living room outside, the doorbell rang. Hu Xiaoheng also stood up. "Someone's here to deliver food. I ordered it. I'll blend in with them and leave. We'll meet up at the bank." Hu Xiaoheng hadn't thought of using a substitute this time. He had used himself as bait to trick the cunningly Dishi into coming personally. If he used a substitute, it would be too dangerous, and there was almost a 99% chance that the substitute wouldn't come back alive. He wasn't the kind of boss who would say, "Leave the danger to me and leave the honor to me." He couldn't do such a heartless thing. Moreover, Li Dishi was paranoid by nature and had previously changed plans at the last second during an operation. Therefore, Hu Xiaoheng was determined not to use a substitute. He wanted to create the effect of appearing and disappearing like a ghost so that Li Dishi would be convinced of his arrival. Because Li Dishi was certain that only Hu Xiaoheng himself could escape his surveillance from time to time. If he couldn't even escape his surveillance, Li Dishi would doubt whether Hu Xiaoheng was the real Hu Xiaoheng. Zhao Liangze had never doubted Hu Xiaoheng's style of taking the lead. He was the kind of chief who followed me on the battlefield, not an officer who ordered others to follow me. He nodded and asked Hu Xiaoheng to go into the inner room to change while he went to open the door. Outside the courtyard door, a group of black men in white uniforms pushed a dining cart. They smiled at Zhao Liangzi and said in English, "Hello, the food you ordered has been delivered." Zhao Liangzi opened the courtyard door and said with a smile, "Please come in." After the black men came in, Zhao Liangzi saw a woman in a red dress standing behind them. It was Bai Shuang. She looked at Zhao Liangzi with a smile and said, "I'm here to freeload again. Do you need my help?" "I don't need your help to eat, and you can't help with anything else." Zhao Liangzi's eyes flashed as he teased Bai Shuang. "How do you know I can't help if you don't try?" Bai Shuang came uninvited and took the initiative to take his arm intimately. "Let's go inside and talk." Zhao Liangzi stood motionless with his hands in his trouser pockets. He stared fixedly at Bai Shuang's delicate and beautiful face, then suddenly lowered his head and pecked her on the lips. He whispered in her ear, "Are you sure you want to come in?" Bai Shuang was so flustered by his kiss that she almost lost her composure. It took a lot of effort to calm down. Bai Shuang smoothed her hair with her hand and looked at Zhao Liangzi with a faint smile. "Of course I'm sure. Otherwise, why would I run over here myself?" Zhao Liangzi stopped talking and turned to enter the door. Bai Shuang followed him in. The dining room inside was originally quite large, but because of the 7 or 8 tall black waiters, the spacious dining room suddenly became small. Bai Shuang watched these people bustle about in the dining room before she placed the food on the long dining table. "You guys are going to have a buffet." Bai Shuang clicked her tongue. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Zhao Liangzi smiled. "Of course, we are all foodies. We can eat until we're full." After setting the plates, a few black waiters stayed to serve them. Several other black waiters pushed the dining cart out. Hu Xiaoheng had already blended in with them. He disguised himself as a black man and left with them. Because this group of people was so dark, almost no one paid attention to what their facial features looked like. Hu Xiaoheng didn't alarm anyone and quietly left the restaurant area. Bai Shuang pushed a can of beer to Zhao Liangzi and asked casually, "Did you find the safe?" "We found it, but it's useless," Zhao Liangzi said bluntly. "We don't have any credentials, so there's no way for the bank to open the safe for us." Not only could they not open it, but they didn't even have a chance to get close. Bai Shuang's eyes flashed and she whispered, "I know that bank executive. Why don't we ask him?" "A bank executive who can be summoned at your beck and call?" Zhao Liangzi sneered. "Bai Shuang, I haven't seen you for a few months. Your ability to talk has improved. You don't believe me?" Bai Shuang smiled faintly and took out her phone. "I'll make a call and see if he comes." "Why would he come?" "Because you're so beautiful." Zhao Liangzi rolled his eyes. "Yes, because I'm beautiful. He's chasing me and lives nearby." Bai Shuang didn't want to show weakness and stabbed Zhao Liangzi with words. Not long after the call was made, the doorbell outside the door rang again. Bai Shuang smiled and got up. "He's here. I'll go pick him up." With that, she walked out leisurely like the hostess. The corners of Zhao Liangzi's mouth twitched and he slammed the table. This was the 3rd chapter of the day, chapter 1205, Because I'm Beautiful. Today was the 7th and final day of October's double monthly votes. Everyone, hurry up and vote if you have monthly votes. P.S. Thank you to Sir Hedgehog for your 20,000 reading points or book coins. Yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 12:16. Not long after, Bai Shuang walked in with a tall white man in a suit and leather shoes. She smiled and introduced him to little Zay. "This is my friend, Big Ben." She then introduced Zhao Liangzi to the white man. "This is my former classmate." "Hello, Mr. Zhao." The man politely extended his hand. Although Zhao Liangzi was very upset, he still reached out and shook the man's hand. "Big Ben, come and sit down. You came at the right time. We have a sumptuous dinner." Bai Shuang warmly invited the white man to sit down. "Oh, you look really good." The man quickly became familiar and chatted with Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi wasn't as eloquent as Yin Shixiang, and he was in a bad mood, so he didn't say much. He only exchanged a few pleasantries. Bai Shuang smiled and drank for a while. She put a hand on the man's shoulder and said, "Honey, I have something to ask you. I don't know if you can do me a favor." "Honey, as long as you say it, as long as I have it, I will definitely help." The man took Bai Shuang's hand and kissed the back of it. Zhao Liangzi's eyes were about to burst into flames. He raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Bai Shuang acted as if she didn't see it. She leaned close to the man's ear and said in a very low voice, "My friend's relatives put a safe in the basement of your bank, but they forgot to bring their credentials. Can you help them open the safe and let them see what's inside?" The man shook his head regretfully. "No, even if we have the credentials, we can't open the safe without the key because we don't have the key here." For security reasons, the safe on the 6th floor of the basement implemented a complete destruction policy. In other words, if the customer didn't redeem it when the time came, the contents of the safe would be destroyed and not taken out to be owned by the bank. The rent here was more expensive than the upper floors, which was one of the reasons. "No key. We don't have it either." Bai Shuang blinked. "Then why don't you let us go in and take a look at the safe? Just look at the safe, take a picture of it, and then go back to the relative to identify it. See if he can remember where he put the key. If that's the case, I can consider it." "But..." The Caucasian man glanced at Zhao Liangzi. "I can't make the decision on my own. I have to inform several colleagues." This was blatantly asking for bribes. Zhao Liangzi sneered in his heart and put on an expression that said, "I understand." He looked at Bai Shuang with a faint smile. "Didn't he say he was chasing you? Why would I still ask you for money?" Bai Shuang looked a bit embarrassed. She curled her lips and said, "Friends are friends, and business is business. These are two different things." As she spoke, she handed over a check that she had prepared in advance. "This is a small token of our appreciation. Thank you for helping us." The Caucasian man gracefully placed the check into a hidden pocket inside his suit, smiling as if nothing had happened. He was still elegant and chatting cheerfully. During dinner for the three of them, only the sound of Bai Shuang and the white man chatting and laughing could be heard. Zhao Liangzi interjected a few times at first, but after a while, he stopped talking altogether and just drank one mouthful after another. Unfortunately, it was just beer. No matter how much he drank, he wouldn't get drunk. However, it made his stomach uncomfortable and he had to run to the bathroom several times. When Gu Nianji woke up, it was already around 6:00 in the evening. She got up to wash her face in the bathroom, changed her clothes, and went out to find something to eat. When she suddenly saw Bai Shuang flirting with a strange Caucasian man in the restaurant, Gu Nianji quickly stopped in her tracks and looked at them in surprise. She then looked around. Yes, she was still in her hotel room. Was this a dream? Gu Nianji blinked hard again. Bai Shuang saw Gu Nianji's expression and laughed. She waved at her. "Nianji, come over for dinner. I didn't see you just now. I thought you weren't here." The Caucasian man sitting next to Bai Shuang had a flash of excitement in his eyes. This was the Gu Nianji that their leader wanted to kidnap. His hand holding the knife and fork trembled slightly, making a slight clanking sound on the dinner plate. Gu Nianji glanced at his hand quietly, and her cold eyes moved to Bai Shuang. She pursed her lips and asked lightly, "Where's Brother Zhe? Why are you sitting in our restaurant eating?" Little Zhe drank too much just now and went to the bathroom. It's not convenient for me. Before Bai Shuang could finish speaking, she saw Gu Nianji turn around and leave in the direction of the bathroom. Bai Shuang stared at her back for a while before looking away as if nothing had happened. She also took a sip of beer. The Caucasian man said softly, "Bai, it seems that Mr. Zhao loves you very much. He looked at me like he wanted to tear me into pieces." Bai Shuang smiled and wiped her mouth elegantly with a napkin. She said almost inaudibly, "You think I'm lying to you? I told you that little Zay loves me, so I can get between them." The Caucasian man completely believed her now. Because Zhao Liang's painful and jealous gaze was completely subconscious, it couldn't be deceived. If this could be deceived, all those Oscar-winning actors would be dead. "Okay, I'll tell our leader the news. I'll go first and send you the topographic map later. Take them to the basement after 9 o'clock tonight. Remember, it must be after 9 o'clock. Why must it be after 9 o'clock? Because there's a large networking event at our bank today. 7 to 9 o'clock is the speech and cocktail hour. After 9 o'clock is the dance party and rock and roll time." Bai Shuang understood. This meant that the security at the bank's basement would be lax after 9 o'clock today. Before that, the security would be extra tight. "Actually, can't we change the time?" Bai Shuang hesitated. If the bank was holding a networking event today, the local police would also send police to maintain order. The Caucasian man shook his head and said with a smile, "Bai, you don't understand. This is the best time to fish in troubled waters. You see that there are a lot of people on guard, but in fact, because there are so many people, everyone feels that nothing will happen at all, so they will be more relaxed than usual. Besides, there's a lot of traffic there today, so it's the best cover. There's usually no one there at night. Do you think you can get close?" The Caucasian man scratched Bai Shuang's nose and praised her as a little cutie. He then kissed her on the cheek and stood up. "I have to go. The networking event starts at 7 o'clock, so I have to attend. That's my alibi." He winked at Bai Shuang, took out his phone, and waved at her before leaving Gu Nianji's small hotel suite. Not long after he left, a map of the bank's security topography tonight was sent to Bai Shuang's phone. It contained the positions and equipment of all the security personnel and military and police personnel tonight, as well as the security facilities of the bank building and the basement, as well as the password to the elevator to the basement and the password to the basement door. With this information, they could avoid the security personnel and security facilities and enter the basement where the bank's safe deposit boxes were stored unimpeded. In the bathroom, Zhao Liangzi splashed water on his face to calm his feverish mind. Gu Nianji stood at the door and looked at him worriedly. She whispered, "Brother Zay, are you better?" Zhao Liangzi looked at Gu Nianji's frown in the mirror and smiled. "I'm fine. Don't worry, Nianji." He turned around and said calmly, "I'm still waiting to show off my skills tonight. How could something happen to me? Who was that man?" Gu Nianji bit her lip gently and still managed to ask. She didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but looking at Zhao Liangzi, she knew he had a lot of things to say and couldn't say them out loud. Zhao Liangzi's footsteps paused. After a long silence, he said, "Bai Shuang's boyfriend." Gu Nianji, well, these two people were really good at messing around. One had a girlfriend, and the other had a boyfriend, and they were deeply attracted to each other. Gu Nianji felt that the relationship between her and Hu Xiaoheng was much simpler. She patted Zhao Liangzi's shoulder sympathetically and said angrily, "Bai Shuang told you that she's her boyfriend? This is too much. She brought her boyfriend to our place for dinner. How shameless can she be?" Gu Nianji was filled with righteous indignation. Zhao Liangzi couldn't help but laugh when he saw how she and Zhao Liangzi shared a common enemy. He patted her head. "Little girl, what do you know? After a pause, he smiled sheepishly and said, "Actually, Bai Shuang said it was her suitor." Gu Nianji, she followed Zhao Liangzi back to the restaurant and saw that the white man was no longer there. Under the bright crystal lights in the restaurant, Bai Shuang sat alone. Her red dress was like fire, and she was incomparably beautiful. However, there was an indescribable loneliness on her face, which formed a strong contrast with her red dress. Even Gu Nianji's heart couldn't help but skip a beat when she saw it. She thought to herself, how did Bai Shuang become so beautiful? It was obvious that beauty was not in appearance, but in temperament. True beauties were unknowingly captivating. It was completely impossible to tell how beautiful they or he looked. By the time you realized it, you had already been captured. Zhao Liangzi's expression was extremely pained. The woman he loved was getting more and more beautiful, but she was getting further and further away from him. Bai Shuang looked up slightly and saw Zhao Liangzi and Gu Nianji standing at the door of the restaurant looking at her. She immediately perked up, sat up straight, and said with a smile, "Little Zhe, are you feeling better? Nianji, come over for dinner." "Where's Hua Shao? Is he here? I have something to tell you." As she spoke, she raised her hand to look at her watch. "We still have 2 hours to prepare. This is the first night watch for the day." Chapter 1206, Arrow on the Bow. Thank you everyone for your monthly tickets for the double period. I will continue to watch until the end of the month this month. Thank God, the double period is finally over. The second night watch at 1 p.m., and the third night watch at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1217. 2 hours to prepare. Prepare for what? Gu Nianji looked at Zhao Liangzi. Did I miss anything while I was sleeping? Zhao Liangzi pulled her to the table and sat down. Let's eat dinner first. Gu Nianji sat down quietly and looked at the dinner on the table. There was steamed lobster tail, which was her favorite dish since coming to Cape Town. The sweetness and tenderness of the lobster meat were all expressed in the thick lobster tail. The most delicious part of the entire lobster was probably only the tail of the lobster. There were 4 lobster tails on the plate in front of Gu Nianji, arranged in the shape of a cross. She cut the lobster with a knife, hooked the tender lobster meat from inside with a fork, and put it in her mouth. She closed her eyes and hummed. It was so delicious. Every taste bud was soothed. Although it was only a small piece of lobster meat, it was already a feast for the taste. She couldn't even bear to swallow it. In contrast to Gu Nianji's leisurely enjoying dinner, Zhao Liangzi and Bai Shuang were almost at each other's throats. The two glared at each other, and their eyes seemed to be spewing fire. After a while, Zhao Liangzi asked stiffly, "Where is your boyfriend?" "I don't have a boyfriend," Bai Shuang said without hesitation. "What are you talking about?" "No. I thought Big Ben was chasing you." Zhao Liangzi tapped his fingers on the table. "You still won't admit it. Oh, you're my boyfriend just because you're chasing me." "Zhao Liangzi, I chased you, so I'm your girlfriend." Bai Shuang snorted. "Yes." Zhao Liangzi suddenly said loudly, "You chased me, so you're my girlfriend. Do you want a two-time?" Cough, cough, cough. Gu Nianji choked on Zhao Liangzi's robber logic and almost choked. Bai Shuang smiled and said, "Look, even Nianji is shocked. It shows how ridiculous what you just said was." Zhao Liangzi pursed his lips, dragged over a plate of steak, and cut it fiercely with a knife. The knife and plate made a squeaking sound, and it was so unpleasant that it almost caused a heart attack. Gu Nianji covered her ears with her hands and shook her head at Zhao Liangzi. "Brother Zhe, that's enough. You almost cut the plate in half." Zhao Liangzi rolled his eyes at her, but his hands relaxed. He didn't use so much strength to rub the knife against the plate. Bai Shuang sneered. She took out her phone and forwarded the message she had just received to Gu Nianji's phone. She said, "Nianji, I just asked my friend who is a bank executive and asked him how to look at the safe without any credentials. This is the suggestion he gave me. There are also some data and topographic maps. Take a look for yourself." This message should have been sent to Zhao Liangzi, but Bai Shuang felt like she was about to burst into flames just by looking at him. In a fit of pique, she sent it directly to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji grunted and took out her phone to look at it. Sure enough, Bai Shuang sent the bank security topographic map to her mobile phone. On it were the positions of all the security personnel and military and police personnel tonight, as well as their equipment. There were also notes on the security facilities of the bank building and the basement, as well as the elevator password to the basement and the basement door password. Gu Nianji nodded and smiled as she read. Not bad, not bad. Tonight is indeed a good opportunity. But when is Hua Xiao coming? Now they didn't have to worry about mentioning Hua Xiaoheng in front of Bai Shuang, because they had already said before that Hua Xiaoheng would come here to look at the safe. Zhao Liangzi said without looking up, he should be here soon. Hua Xiaoheng did arrive soon. Gu Nianji had just finished eating 4 steamed lobster tails when Hua Xiaoheng pushed the door open with the sea breeze. He wore a low cap on his head, a very yuppie hunting suit, and a pair of Black Eagle military boots on his long legs. After coming in, he took off his sunglasses and smiled at Bai Shuang. "Miss Bai, we meet again." Bai Shuang also nodded at him. Her voice was a little shaky. "Hua Xiao is here. Did your trip go smoothly this time? I met 2 people who were following me, but I've already shaken them off." Hua Xiaoheng sat down beside Gu Nianji and picked up the steak from the table to eat. Bai Shuang nodded and repeated what she had just said. She emphasized that they had to go to the bank basement after 9 o'clock in the evening. The time before that was not very convenient. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the security map on Gu Nianji's phone and said calmly, "It depends. I think we still have to enter the bank building first, and then go to the basement at 9 o'clock. How about your cards?" It was true that an expert could tell right from the start. Gu Nianji immediately agreed. "I think that's the safest way. Everyone enters before 7 o'clock. This is actually a good time to take advantage of the situation." After entering, they could split up and meet in front of the basement door. Bai Shuang thought about it and also agreed. "Then I'll go get a few invitations for you. How many of you are going?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and said dryly, "Just the 3 of us." Bai Shuang, she left the table and walked to the door, but couldn't help turning back halfway. "Just the 3 of you? Don't you think there are too few people? We're not going to steal anything. We're just going to look at the safe. Why are there too few people?" Gu Nianji frowned. "I think it's enough." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Yes, 3 people are indeed enough." Bai Shuang's gaze wandered over Hua Xiaoheng's face. She couldn't tell what he was thinking. She turned to look at Zhao Liangzi. He still looked angry, as if Bai Shuang owed him millions. Her eyes dimmed as she said, "In that case, then 3 invitations." Hua Xiaoheng thanked her. "Thank you for your trouble." "It's my pleasure." Bai Shuang nodded and left their room. After Bai Shuang left, Gu Nianji quickly asked Hua Xiaoheng, "Is it really just the 3 of us?" "It's fake." Hua Xiaoheng quietly forked a cut steak and put it in his mouth. "I've already set it up. The 3 of us will be the last to enter." Gu Nianji quickly forwarded the security map that Bai Shuang had sent her to Hua Xiaoheng's phone. She added, "Bai Shuang got this from her bank executive friend." Hua Xiaoheng picked up his phone and looked at it intently. After a while, he said, "Her friend is not bad. The map is really detailed." Zhao Liangzi sneered. "Of course she's not bad. She has the idea of pursuing her. She won't hesitate to cheat and accept bribes. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He turned to look at Gu Nianji. Did little Zay take the wrong medicine? I didn't take my medicine. Zhao Liangzi stood up. I'll go get ready. We'll leave immediately. He went back to the room and changed into a tuxedo with a small bow tie around his neck. When he came out, Bai Shuang had already returned with 4 invitations. She was explaining to Hua Xiaoheng, I asked a friend for 4 invitations because it includes family members. When the time comes, you and Nianji will go together, and little Zay and I will go together. There won't be any problems at all. Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. Thank you, Miss Bai. You're welcome, Hua Xiao. Bai Shuang didn't dare look Hua Xiaoheng in the eyes. Her eyes flickered as she looked at Zhao Liangzi. This guy was glaring at her like a tiger watching its prey. It was as if he wanted to eat her up. Seeing this, Gu Nianji quickly livened up the atmosphere. Do I need to change? But I think I'm very comfortable in this. She was wearing a smoky gray pantsuit with a small blazer that was perfectly tailored. Every time she wore it, it accentuated her extremely rare figure. It was actually very rare for her to be so well developed with her weight of less than 100 pounds. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. No need to change. This is very good. Bai Shuang glanced at Zhao Liangzi and said with a smile, Little Zay, let's go to the ball as partners. Zhao Liangzi was about to refuse when Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, Miss Bai brought the invitations. Cooperate. This is an order. This was the second watch of the day, chapter 1207, Forced to Send. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1218. Hua Xiaoheng's words were in order. Zhao Liangzi had no choice but to listen. Although he felt uncomfortable, he still nodded, Okay, I will cooperate with Miss Bai. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the bank security map that Gu Nianji had forwarded to him for a while. He also had this kind of security topographic map, but it was from a different angle from the one Gu Nianji had forwarded. He compared it with what he had set up beforehand and found 2 inconspicuous key points. If someone hid here and fired a shot, they would be in a very passive situation. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers tapped on the phone screen a few times to make adjustments to his previous commands. 2 of the field agents who had been lurking in advance were moved away from their positions. The other one was placed at a relatively high place, just enough to overlook the 2 nodes that could give them an overview of the entire situation. After dinner, the 4 of them got into the car and drove to the downtown financial district. The 4 of them didn't speak much along the way. Only Gu Nianji occasionally broke the silence and teased Zhao Liangzi to lighten the mood. Bai Shuang was much quieter than before. Perhaps it was because she felt that she had nothing to say to Zhao Liangzi, or perhaps it was because Hua Xiaoheng was in the car, so she was not as open as before. Hua Xiaoheng was still in disguise and looked very different from his original appearance. However, his tall stature was the same as always. Standing next to Gu Nianji, they looked like a perfect couple. When they got out of the car, Gu Nianji held on to Hua Xiaoheng's arm with a sweet smile on her face. It didn't look like she was participating in a secret operation, but was actually attending a banquet with Hua Xiaoheng. Bai Shuang also held Zhao Liangzi's arm. She pinched Zhao Liangzi with a smile and said softly, Watch your image. If you act like this, people will think that I'm holding you hostage. Zhao Liangzi was speechless. He sighed in his heart and put on a decent smile on his face. He walked forward with Bai Shuang, and every step he took was like walking on the edge of a blade. The 4 of them showed their invitations at the entrance of the bank and were successfully let in by the guard. One of Li Dishi's assistants was hiding on a certain floor of the building opposite the bank. He was using high-powered binoculars to observe the heavy traffic in front of the bank across the street. Seeing Bai Shuang enter the bank with 2 men and a woman, the man quickly sent a message to Li Dishi. The target has entered. Target has entered the battlefield. Li Dishi looked at the video and nodded with a smile. Let's go in too. One after another, their people took the invitations and snuck in. As soon as Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng, Zhao Liangze, and Bai Shuang entered the bank lobby, they discovered that it was crowded. It seemed that the entire upper class of Cape Town had gathered here. The men were all dressed in decent tuxedos, holding glasses of red wine in their hands as they chatted in groups of 2 or 3. The women were all dressed in evening gowns, and all the places that could be exposed were revealed. Bai Shuang's red dress and Gu Nianji's smoky gray trousers were like 2 different species. They were completely out of place in the evening gowns that competed with each other for beauty. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze were both tall, so they intentionally or unintentionally blocked Gu Nianji and Bai Shuang from being noticed. Bai Shuang was more familiar with the situation here. Her eyes quickly swept across the faces of the people in the lobby, and she squeezed Zhao Liangze's arm. Go that way. There's a secret door there, and it's the basement elevator. At this time, there was no one waiting for the elevator to the basement. But the surveillance was still there. Zhao Liangze still needed to infiltrate the surveillance camera to modify the footage. Sensing that Bai Shuang was urging him, Zhao Liangze felt even more upset. She couldn't wait for them to jump into the pit. He shook his head silently. Wait a minute, I need to go to the bathroom. He pushed Bai Shuang's arm away and quickly walked to the bathroom. Bai Shuang squinted at Zhao Liangze's back, then retracted her gaze as if nothing had happened. The Bluetooth headset in her ear was suddenly connected, and Li Dishi's voice could be heard. Agent Bai, well done. Agent Bai, well done. Bai Shuang smiled and said softly, Mr. Li Dishi, we are here. Are you guys here too? Of course. Otherwise, how could I see you? Li Dishi chuckled. Now prepare to take them into the basement. There are still 2 hours before 9 o'clock, so don't get caught. I will be careful. Bai Shuang's eyes drifted around the lobby, and she suddenly saw Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. She didn't know if it was to deceive others, or if the 2 of them couldn't help themselves. Bai Shuang saw Hu Xiaoheng in a dimly lit corner with his back to everyone. He pressed Gu Nianji against the wall and lowered his head to kiss her. Gu Nianji wrapped her arms around Hu Xiaoheng's neck and tiptoed. She was very engrossed. There weren't many people there to begin with. Occasionally, someone would walk over and see the 2 of them kissing. They just thought they were a couple, smiled slightly, and walked away. No one bothered to find out who these 2 people were. This was actually one of their methods of temporarily hiding their identities. Bai Shuang didn't know much about this method, so she only laughed. At this time, he still had the mood to flirt. She really didn't know if she should praise Hu Xiaoheng for having the demeanor of a general, or that his relationship with Gu Nianji was as sweet as honey. Zhao Liangze went to the bathroom and found an empty cubicle to enter. He closed the door, took out his phone, and quickly hacked into the building's security surveillance system. He had already left a back door here in the morning, so it was very easy to find where the surveillance cameras were located. It took 3 minutes to take the elevator from here to the 6th floor of the basement. Zhao Liangze set the time for the surveillance cameras to malfunction and replace the footage. His phone became the remote control for the surveillance cameras. He looked at the security situation around him and could see everything from the other party's surveillance cameras. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Bai Shuang leaning against the wall with her arms crossed and a lonely expression on her face. However, when she turned around and saw him come out, she immediately put on a bright smile. You're done. Let's go to the reception. Zhao Liangze's heart skipped a beat. He reached out his arm to her. Let's go, Miss Bai. Bai Shuang took his arm and walked with him into the reception hall. The two of them found Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng talking in the corner. The two of them were no longer kissing, but their nonchalant attitude made anyone who wanted to talk to them retreat. Zhao Liangzi walked over with Bai Shuang and said with a smile, "Everything is ready. What are we going to do for the next 2 hours? Attend the reception, listen to the speech, and drink red wine." Hu Xiaoheng raised his glass to him. Gu Nianji also raised the glass in her hand and glanced at Hu Xiaoheng with some reluctance. Everyone else's glasses were filled with red wine, but hers was grape juice, the naturally squeezed kind. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and chatted with Zhao Liangzi like a real banker. Bai Shuang listened from the side and couldn't help but admire Hu Xiaoheng. This person was really good at pretending. He must have done a lot of work in the banking industry. Otherwise, if an expert came over to chat with him, he would be exposed in an instant. It didn't take long for a banker to come over. He wasn't tall, had gray hair, and his face was covered in wrinkles. However, his eyes were very wise. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a veteran banker. Hu Xiaoheng was vigilant, but he still used fluent English with a British accent to chat with the old man. Gu Nianji giggled the whole time and played the role of a proper vase. At 7:00, the doors outside closed, and the lights in the lobby dimmed. It didn't take long for them to light up again. A pot-bellied man stood on the stage and began to speak to everyone. In the 5 minutes that the lights in the lobby went from bright to dark and then from dark to bright again, all of Li Dexi's people slipped out of the lobby and came to the corridor. Their equipment had already been transported in. A dozen or so people carried the gun boxes placed in a small room in the corridor. They took the elevator down to the 6th floor of the basement and hid in 4 or 5 key places. At this time, the surveillance cameras of the bank building were actually being held hostage by 2 parties. Zhao Liangzi had secretly infiltrated, while Li Dexi had directly replaced the bank security personnel on duty today with their own people. Zhao Liangzi stood behind Hu Xiaoheng, holding a glass of wine in one hand and his phone in the other. He looked down from time to time to make sure that there were no accidents. When Li Dexi and his people left the lobby, the surveillance cameras didn't show anything. Zhao Liangzi only felt that the surveillance footage was a bit strange for a few minutes. But he didn't care too much. He knew that Li Dexi would definitely send people in, but as long as Hu Xiaoheng's people went first, the other party would only be exposed within their shooting range. An hour passed. An hour and 30 minutes passed. An hour and 45 minutes passed. There were still 15 minutes until 9:00. It would take 5 minutes to get to the elevator from here to the secret door. It would take 3 minutes to take the elevator. But from entering to exiting, the entire process would take about 5 minutes. That left another 5 minutes of maneuvering time. They couldn't waste a single minute. Zhao Liangzi pressed the surveillance button and whispered, "We can go now." He let go of Bai Shuang's hand and looked at her deeply. "You stay here and wait for us to come back." Bai Shuang was slightly startled, but she quickly shook her head and said, "I will go with you. If you encounter an accident, I can help you get out of trouble." Was he really going to help her? He was probably going to kill her. Zhao Liangzi snorted coldly as his eyes swept over Bai Shuang's beautiful neck. How could this person be so cruel? Did he really have to break her beautiful neck with his own hands? Zhao Liangzi couldn't think about it. Just thinking about it made him feel like he was about to explode. However, he could only maintain a decent smile on his face and insist on shaking his head. "No, no, you don't understand." Bai Shuang was a little anxious. If she couldn't go with them, then all her previous efforts would really be wasted. She pushed Zhao Liangzi away and called out to Hu Xiaoheng, "Hu Xiao, can I go with you? I also want to help you and contribute." "No." Zhao Liangzi scolded in a low voice and stared at her unkindly. "Bai Shuang, that's enough." Hu Xiaoheng turned around and looked at her with a deep gaze. He knew very well that Li Dixi had been paying attention to their group of people. If they weren't careful, Li Dixi, who was naturally suspicious and cunning, would shrink back. He pretended to be embarrassed and frowned. "Miss Bai, thank you for your help today, but it may not be very safe over there. It's better if you don't go. You are not familiar with this place, but I know the location of the basement better." Bai Shuang gritted her teeth. She knew that Hu Xiaoheng had always been very vigilant, but she didn't expect him to be this vigilant. She had helped them obtain these top-secret internal information, but he was still indifferent to her. Gu Nianji looked at her, then at Zhao Liangze. Her eyes finally stopped on Hu Xiaoheng's face. She said softly, "Why don't we let her go with us? I'm a woman alone, and I'm also afraid. With Miss Bai around, I'll feel more at ease." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her and didn't speak for a long time. Bai Shuang had already taken Gu Nianji's hand and smiled at Hu Xiaoheng. "Then let's go. Don't dawdle." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's eyes twitched imperceptibly. If Bai Shuang and Gu Nianji were together, it would be completely impossible to distinguish between friend and foe, and it would be unknown whether they were dead or alive. Was it really necessary to pay such a high price? The veins on Hu Xiaoheng's forehead bulged. At that moment, he could even hear the sound of blood rushing through his veins. At that moment, Zhao Liangze's calm voice sounded. "Since Miss Bai insists on coming, we won't refuse her hospitality. Why don't we let her follow us? I'll keep an eye on her." His expression was as usual, but Hu Xiaoheng could see the hopelessness and pain in his eyes. His subordinate's heart was bleeding. Hu Xiaoheng looked at him quietly. After a while, he raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked towards the secret door. This was the third chapter of today's 3,500-word chapter, chapter 1208, I'll keep an eye on her. Good night, dearest. Chapter 1219. Hu Xiaoheng quietly pushed open the secret door and walked towards the elevator. Zhao Liangze turned around and looked coldly at Bai Shuang. "Let's go. Didn't you want to go with us?" Bai Shuang had been holding Gu Nianji's hand, but when she heard Zhao Liangze's words, she sneered inwardly and let go of Gu Nianji's hand. She took a step forward and extended her hand to Zhao Liangze. "Okay, I'll go with you." Zhao Liangze's face was expressionless, but Gu Nianji could tell that he was already furious. She felt that Zhao Liangze's condition was not suitable to act with Bai Shuang, who was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. One mishap and the two of them would be finished. Gu Nianji thought that Bai Shuang might have another reason, but she still listened to Hu Xiaoheng's words. She couldn't put the lives of 3 people in Bai Shuang's hands just because she thought that Bai Shuang might have other reasons. What if she was wrong? What if Bai Shuang was Li Dixi's bait to lure them into a trap? If Bai Shuang didn't say anything, then anything could happen. Since she was the one who suggested it, at this time, she was the only one who came forward and looked at Bai Shuang. Although Zhao Liangze said that he would look after Bai Shuang, what if he lost his mind for a moment? The consequences were unimaginable. Gu Nianji understood and took a step forward. She gently but firmly pulled back Bai Shuang's hand and said to Zhao Liangze, "Brother Zhe, we will follow you." Then, she smiled at Bai Shuang and said, "Sister Bai, you said that you wanted to be with me. How could you leave me behind and run away with Brother Zhe?" He even winked at Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang was taken aback. Her eyes quickly swept over Zhao Liangze's face and saw that he was also slightly startled. She immediately changed her mind. She held Gu Nianji's hand and smiled. "That's fine. I want to accompany Nianji. Xiao Zhe, lead the way." Zhao Liangze immediately objected, "Nianji, stop it. Brother Zhe, let's go. There's not enough time." Gu Nianji saw that Zhao Liangzi still hadn't moved, so she simply took Bai Shuang's hand and walked towards the secret door. She was the one who asked Bai Shuang to stay, so she would naturally keep an eye on her. She didn't have any special feelings for Bai Shuang and was much calmer than Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi saw that Gu Nianji had already pushed open the secret door with Bai Shuang, so he had no choice but to chase after them. It took exactly 5 minutes for the three of them to enter the elevator. Hu Xiaoheng, who was already waiting in the elevator, glared at Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi rubbed his nose and lowered his head in shame. Just now outside, he had indeed wasted precious time by procrastinating. The four of them stopped talking. Hu Xiaoheng used the elevator password that Bai Shuang had given them to activate the elevator and pressed the button for basement 6. The elevator rumbled as it descended to the 6th floor of the basement. In the brightly lit elevator, the four of them did not speak. Gu Nianji held Bai Shuang's hand as they stood in front of the elevator. Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi stood behind them. In the elevator, apart from the rumbling of the elevator, there was only the occasional rustling of clothes and the long or short breathing of everyone. Gu Nianji's breathing was long and elegant, in sharp contrast to Bai Shuang's slightly cramped breathing. Zhao Liangzi's breathing was the heaviest. Hu Xiaoheng's breathing was almost inaudible, as if there were only 3 people in the elevator. Bai Shuang had a smile on her face the entire time, but her heart was uneasy. She didn't know if Li Dishi's people had seen them now, and she didn't know if things were developing as she had planned. She became more and more nervous. Fortunately, she didn't worry for long. With a ding, the elevator had reached basement 6. The elevator door opened with a whoosh. The moment they stepped out of the elevator door, the bank surveillance system immediately paused. The security guard that Li Dishi had placed in the surveillance room didn't realize that the surveillance footage in front of the elevator door on the 6th floor of the basement had been frozen. Because the footage from 1 second to the next was exactly the same. Although he didn't blink, the unchanging footage still deceived his eyes. Gu Nianji stepped out of the elevator, narrowed her eyes, and quickly took in the situation here. The structure of the building here was entirely made of steel pipes, and the beams and columns were supported by hard steel pipes. Crisscrossing steel pipes and wires were neatly pulled over their heads, almost forming a huge and orderly spider web. These steel pipes were the main support of the basement and were also equivalent to beams, so they were very wide. The entire basement was like a postmodern warehouse. There was a large hemispherical lamp in front of the basement door. It was attached to the door and illuminated a small area in front of the door as if it were daytime. There were no lights on the roof, so the roof appeared even darker under the illumination of the large lamp in front of the door. Crisscrossing steel pipes hovered above their heads, like unknown prehistoric monsters crawling there. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng stepped out of the elevator door, Zhao Liangzi gave Hu Xiaoheng a look, telling him that the program had started and the surveillance had stopped. Zhao Liangzi immediately took off his tuxedo, revealing a night camouflage outfit underneath. At the same time, he began to assemble a pistol. Hu Xiaoheng took off his hunting jacket and wore it inside out. When he changed his clothes, he revealed the bulletproof vest he was wearing underneath. The back of his hunting jacket was the indoor camouflage outfit. At the same time, he took out a dozen or so black gun accessories from the hunting jacket's many pockets and quickly assembled them. In less than 10 seconds, a super small submachine gun had been assembled. Then he put on the hat that covered his head and face from his pocket and nodded to Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi knowingly pointed to the messy steel pipe beams above their heads. Hu Xiaoheng then took out a thin steel cable with a grayish-black steel claw at the front that could be opened and closed. He threw it at the steel pipe beam above his head. Crack! The steel claw made a slight sound and was already fixed on the steel pipe beam. Hu Xiaoheng immediately grabbed the steel cable and jumped up. He kicked the wall next to the elevator and jumped up like he was on a swing. When Bai Shuang heard the sound and turned to look curiously, Hu Xiaoheng had already climbed the steel pipe beam on the roof to hide. Bai Shuang looked and was shocked. Where's Hu Xiao? Little Zhe, why are you alone? He was clearly standing behind them just now. Zhao Liangzi shook his head with a fake smile. Hu Xiao had something to do and left first. What's wrong? You're so concerned about Hu Xiao. Did you fall in love with someone else? Brother Zhe. Gu Nianji couldn't bear to hear such words and frowned at Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi was so excited that he didn't care about Gu Nianji's feelings. When he heard her stop him, he nodded apologetically to her and said, "Let's go. This is the 6th floor of the basement." The three of them stood in front of the 6th floor of the bank's basement and studied how to unlock it. At this time, in the bank's surveillance room, the surveillance footage had returned to normal. Li Dishi's security guard was shocked to find that 4 people had entered the elevator, but when they came out, there were only 3 people. Where did the other one go? He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly pulled up the surveillance footage to look at it repeatedly. Looking at the time, he didn't find any flaws. During the static period that Zhao Liangzi had set for the surveillance, time was still moving, but the footage had been replaced by a still image. Such a small operation was easy to say, but it required very advanced computer skills to do it accurately. Although Li Dishi's security guard was also a computer expert, he was still a step behind Zhao Liangzi and Gu Nianji. He looked at it several times, but he couldn't find the reason. In the surveillance footage, he clearly saw the 4 people enter the elevator and stand in the elevator. 5 minutes later, they came out. But just like a montage in a movie, the people who came out suddenly became 3. The tallest and most powerful person had disappeared into thin air. The person in the surveillance room was stunned for a while, but finally decided to report to Li Dishi. "Boss, we've lost someone," a voice said. Li Dishi's heart sank. "Who?" "The most powerful one among them, your target this time, Hu Xiaoheng." The man said with trepidation, "But I don't know how he did it. My surveillance footage shows that he clearly entered the elevator, but when he came out, there were only 3 people. He disappeared without a trace." Disappeared without a trace. That's impossible. Li Dishi narrowed his eyes and looked at the surveillance footage that the man sent back to him. The surveillance footage seemed to be fine, but Li Dishi felt that there should still be something wrong with it. However, he didn't have time to find out what the problem was. It's impossible for people to disappear into thin air, let alone disappear without a trace. Li Dishi muttered, "Contact the people lying in ambush on the 6th floor of the basement and ask them to see if there are any additional targets." Li Dishi's judgment was very accurate. Not long after, the people who had gone to the 6th floor of the basement to ambush reported that they had seen an additional figure lying in ambush on a beam on the 6th floor of the basement. The video and high-definition photos were transmitted to Li Dishi's phone. He saw a figure that looked very similar to Hu Xiaoheng lying on the dim beam. He was lying behind a sniper rifle and looking through the scope in the direction of the basement. Li Dishi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "That's more like it. Hu Xiaoheng, don't let me down." He ordered, "Lock onto his helmet and don't act rashly for the time being. Listen to my orders." Once Gu Nianji and the others entered the door of the 6th floor of the basement, it would be Hu Xiaoheng's death. Li Dishi didn't want to fight Hu Xiaoheng head-on at all. As long as there was a chance to kill him, he would never let it go. Gu Nianji, Bai Shuang, and Zhao Liangzi stood in front of the door of the 6th floor of the basement for a while. Finally, they opened the password lock on the 6th floor of the basement according to the password that Bai Shuang had obtained. As soon as the door opened, a gust of cold white air came out from inside. Gu Nianji shivered and asked in surprise, "Is this the basement or the freezer?" Bai Shuang became excited. She was only wearing a thin red one-piece dress. She wore the least of the 3, but she didn't feel cold at all. Pushing open the oak door wrapped in cowhide on the 6th floor of the basement, Bai Shuang said with a smile, "The temperature here is only slightly lower than above." Because there were all kinds of strange things in the customer's safe, the basement had to be kept at 0 degrees all year round according to the requirements for storage. Gu Nianji held Bai Shuang's hand tightly and stepped into the door of the 6th floor of the basement with her. Zhao Liangzi glanced around and followed them in. He also held a freshly assembled pistol in his hand. It wasn't as powerful as Hu Xiaoheng's submachine gun, but no one could escape from his pistol within 10 meters. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1209, Have you fallen in love with someone else? Today is Monday, so please give me recommendation votes. Don't forget the recommendation votes from your friends. The second update will be at 1 p.m., and the third update will be at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the 10,000 Chidian coins that only reading makes people happy in life yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1220. After Gu Nianji and Bai Shuang went in, Zhao Liangzi looked around vigilantly, especially glancing at the surveillance cameras before going in. After he went in, he immediately closed the door to the 6th floor of the basement. Gu Nianji took Bai Shuang's hand and stood at the entrance. She was surprised to see a row of tall cabinets in front of her. These cabinets rose from the ground and were about 2 or 3 meters tall. The dark black texture was similar to the medicine cabinets specially used to store Chinese medicine in Chinese pharmacies. Each compartment was a square-shaped safe. The densely packed compartments appeared in front of them like a beehive, almost giving people trypophobia. However, Gu Nianji's mental fortitude was very strong. She took Bai Shuang's hand and approached the tall cabinets. Curling her right index finger, she knocked on the cabinets curiously. There was a clear clanging sound in the basement immediately. Iron. Gu Nianji concluded. Looking up, there were probably about a dozen of these cabinets standing side by side. The back was tightly welded to the wall. If someone wanted to take the safe by force, they would probably have to use a chainsaw to cut the entire wall. It was impossible to think about it. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. This security is really good. It's more powerful than any security measures or antivirus software. Bai Shuang looked at Gu Nianji in surprise. Why aren't you in a hurry to find the safe? You still have time to inspect the bank's security. Hee, I'm sharpening the knife before cutting wood. Gu Nianji giggled, took Bai Shuang's hand, and began to look at the tall black iron cabinets. Each safe was labeled with a number. If they looked in numerical order, they should be able to find it quickly. However, Gu Nianji looked around, and her expression suddenly became a little ugly. Because the safes here were not placed in numerical order at all. For example, the black iron cabinet they were facing had a total of 10 safes from top to bottom. The top number was 278, but the safe below it was 123, and then 596. It was not in numerical order at all. What should we do? Don't these people know how to count? The safes are placed everywhere. Gu Nianji was a little anxious and stomped her feet in anger. Although Bai Shuang was nervous, she was also amused by Gu Nianji. She pulled her hand and said, "It's okay, there are 3 of us. Let's split up and look." What number was it again? Number 365. Gu Nianji sighed. She had no choice but to split up. She reluctantly let go of Bai Shuang's hand, looked at her, and said, "You stay in the middle. I'll go to the left, and Brother Zhe will go to the right. Then, we'll meet up on your side." Bai Shuang's position was right under the light in the middle of the basement. Gu Nianji felt that by standing there, the person hiding in the dark would be able to monitor her movements. Hu Xiaoheng and his men should have entered long ago. Now, they just had to see if the people behind Bai Shuang took the bait and followed them in. Bai Shuang smiled mysteriously. Under the pure white light, her red dress was like a ball of fire, making her look incomparably beautiful. Gu Nianji glanced at her and exchanged a look with Zhao Liangze. Then, the two of them split up and began to search for safe 365 from the left and right ends of the cabinet. Bai Shuang stood alone in the middle of the row of black iron cabinets, her eyes wandering between the numbers on the safe. In a small room on the first floor of the basement, Li Dixi was sitting at his desk with his most elite subordinates, watching the video in front of him. The situation on the 6th floor of the basement was completely within their range of surveillance. As long as the surveillance cameras could capture the scene, they could see it in panoramic view. "Mr. Li Dixi, why don't we do it now?" One of his subordinates stood behind him with his arms crossed and asked impatiently. They had been waiting there for 2 or 3 hours and were really not in the mood to wait any longer. "Because it's not time yet," Li Dixi said with a smile. "Son, don't worry. The best part is yet to come." Although Gu Nianji was his biggest target, and Hu Xiaoheng was the target he had to kill this time, Li Dixi was still very curious about the contents of the safe. He had heard his seniors talk about the magic of the genetic data many times, and he had been tracking it for most of his life. It was time to put an end to the tracking that he had been doing for most of his life. If Gu Nianji couldn't open the safe today, Li Dixi knew that no one in the world would be able to open the safe. It was just a pity that he couldn't use any other method to try to open the number 365 safe. That was because there was a self-destruct device inside. Once it was violently opened, the self-destruct device inside would immediately activate. Even if there were gold and silver treasures inside, they would immediately turn into a pile of ashes, let alone a few pages of flammable and easily destroyed paper. A few years ago, they finally found the whereabouts of this data in Gu Xiangwen's manuscript. After many investigations, they discovered that the data should have been stored in a bank safe by Gu Xiangwen 19 years ago. And this safe was later discovered by them to be in the Société Générale de France in Cape Town. After receiving this news, Li Dixi felt as if he had found a treasure. He personally led a team to Cape Town and attempted to open the safe. They bribed the bank's internal executives and obtained the official information about the safe, including the time and time limit of its rental. They also saw the contract signed by Gu Xiangwen himself. Unfortunately, they couldn't open the safe even after using the best safe opening craftsman they could find. After consulting the records from more than a decade ago, the bank executive told him that the safe's lock had been modified by the person who rented the safe at that time. He used a lock he made to lock the safe, and said that only his own special key could open it. However, he also said that if no one could open the safe after 100 years, then the safe's lock would automatically open, and the contents inside would automatically be destroyed. Li Dixi was desperate at the time. 100 years. He had to wait 100 years for the safe to open automatically. And then the contents inside would automatically be destroyed. What if Gu Xiangwen's descendants opened the safe with the key and took away the contents within 100 years? Li Dixi didn't want to wait. He wasn't willing to wait, and he couldn't wait. Just as he was at his wit's end, news of Gu Nianji, who had been missing for 7 years, was found by one of his Japanese informants and sent to his desk. Gu Nianji's appearance temporarily distracted Li Dixi from the data. But after going around and around, Li Dixi discovered that the final clues were still gathered in this safe. Li Dixi's emotions were beyond excited. He guessed that God saw that he was too devout, so he sent this heaven-sent opportunity to him. Gu Nianji walked from the left end of the long row of black iron cabinets to the right, her eyes quickly skimming over the numbers on the labels. 198,256,757,496. 903,845,309,539,420,566. Looking at the numbers one by one, she was almost dazzled and saw stars. Suddenly, A safe with a 3-digit label flashed in front of her eyes. The color of the label was slightly lighter than the other labels. It was also black with white characters, but the position of the numbers was also lower than the other numbers. Number 365. Gu Nianji covered her mouth and cried out in surprise, "I found it." Bai Shuang and Zhao Liangze looked over at the same time. "You found it?" Bai Shuang picked up her dress and ran over. In the sub-zero basement, Bai Shuang's face was already pale from the cold. She looked a little creepy in her bright red dress. Gu Nianji looked back at her and asked worriedly, "Sister Bai, are you very cold?" "I'm not cold." Bai Shuang didn't care and stuck her head out to look at the safe that Gu Nianji had found. Zhao Liangze saw this and pursed his lips. He took off his tuxedo and draped it over Bai Shuang's shoulders. He didn't speak, nor did he look at Bai Shuang. He draped his tuxedo on her and walked straight to Gu Nianji's side. "How is it? Did you find it?" He glanced over and saw that there was a safe with the number 365 written on it not far in front of him, about 1.5 meters from the ground. It was right in front of Zhao Liangze's chest. There was another difference between this safe and other safes, and that was the position of the lock was different. The locks of other safes were in the middle of the left side, and the position of the keyhole was flush with the surface of the safe. However, the safe marked 365 had the lock in the middle of the safe, and there was a long narrow keyhole in the middle of the small protruding disc. Gu Nianji looked at Zhao Liangze. "Brother Zhe, do you have a way to open this safe?" They didn't have credentials or keys, so they were just here to try their luck. Zhao Liangze shook his head. "I'm not good at picking locks. Why don't we ask Hua Xiao to try?" But he didn't know where Hua Xiaoheng was now. Zhao Liangze didn't want to contact him now either. The person behind Bai Shuang hadn't appeared yet, so it wasn't the right time for Hua Xiaoheng to appear. Gu Nianji shook her head. "Forget it, distant water can't quench present thirst. Let's try it ourselves." She bent her knees and squatted down, squinting at the keyhole. She muttered. "Such a flat keyhole. What kind of key can be so flat? It's completely the thickness of a piece of paper." Zhao Liangze tilted his head and observed for a while. He took out a slender and tough wire from his pocket. "Let me try this." Special Operations Forces personnel were required to go out into the field. From guns and ammunition to ropes that could be used to tie fishermen's knots, as well as all kinds of medicine and wire, they had everything. Zhao Liangze slowly inserted the wire into the long keyhole and felt the shape and depth of the keyhole inside. He suddenly said in confusion, "This keyhole doesn't have a lock core at all." Gu Nianji was speechless. Could a lock without a lock core still be called a lock? This is the second watch of the day, Chapter 12:10, Try Your Luck. Today is Monday, so please give us recommendation votes. Don't forget the recommendation votes from your friends. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 12:21. No lock cartridge. Gu Nianji didn't understand the relationship between the keyhole and the lock cartridge. Her fingers moved a few times, and she couldn't wait to take out her phone to search for lock structure. Of course, there was no time for her to search on the 6th floor of the basement. Zhao Liangze nodded and carefully pulled out the small piece of iron wire. There should be various grooves in the lock cartridge so that the key can be aligned with the grooves to open the lock. That's how normal locks are. Then this lock was definitely not an ordinary lock. In the small room on the 1st floor of the basement, Li Dishi was also a little nervous. He leaned forward slightly, and his eyes seemed to grow on the display screen. He really wanted to know if Gu Nianji had a way to open this lock. Did she really not have the key? Gu Xiangguan didn't leave the key for his only daughter. That didn't make sense. Bai Shuang's expression was a bit complicated. Is there really no way to open the lock? What should we do? Zhao Liangzi took a step back and patted the safe with his hand. The safe made a buzzing sound. It's very empty. Are you sure there's something inside? Gu Nianji crossed her arms and turned to lean against the row of tall black iron cabinets. The cold cabinet was pressed against her back, and a sudden chill washed over her. Her feverish mind gradually calmed down. If this lock wasn't an ordinary lock, then she would have to consider what kind of lock it was. Gu Nianji looked at Zhao Liangzi and asked thoughtfully, Brother Zhe, why do you think my father put such an important thing here? Isn't it better to leave it at home? Zhao Liangzi mused, if it were me, I would probably do the same. To spread the risk. Zhao Liangzi glanced at Bai Shuang. People who do venture capital generally have a principle, and that is, don't put all your eggs in the same basket. I understand. In order to spread the risk, we have to store things separately to avoid being wiped out. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. She turned to face the keyhole, and her heart thumped. Since someone had used Bai Shuang to set up a trap to lure them here, it meant that they should have known that Gu Xiangwen had placed the data here. However, since they knew the data was here, why didn't they retrieve it themselves? Why did they have to set up a trap to lure Gu Nianji here to open the safe? Gu Nianji blinked. All the clues pointed to one reason. However, those people were unable to open the safe that Gu Xiangwen had rented. There are many people in the world who know how to open safes. If even the most professional safecracker can't open this safe without using brute force, then that means... Gu Nianji muttered to herself as a vague guess formed in her mind. That meant that the person who could open the lock was a specific person, not a specific key. Who was this particular person? Gu Nianji looked up at the safe. The answer was already obvious. This lock should be tailor-made for me, Gu Nianji thought to herself, then placed her hand on the round, protruding keyhole. The keyhole was freezing cold, and her fingers twitched reflexively. If you could customize a lock for a person, there were only 3 ways. Fingerprint, iris, and DNA. Gu Nianji's fingers gently rubbed the keyhole. If it was a fingerprint, this long keyhole, which was as flat as a piece of paper, was obviously not enough to read the fingerprint. So it shouldn't be a fingerprint lock. If it was an iris, Gu Nianji squatted down slightly and looked at the keyhole. If there was a small camera inside, it should be able to scan her iris. She waited for a while, but the keyhole still didn't move. So it wasn't an iris lock. Then there was only one last thing, DNA. But how could this small keyhole test DNA? Was this a joke? Although Gu Nianji had considered the DNA situation, she had never thought that it was really possible. But now they had no other choice. They had to try it for the time being. After confirming that it was most likely DNA, Gu Nianji looked at the long keyhole that was as thin as a piece of paper and suddenly understood. Wasn't this long shape like the test paper commonly used in chemistry and biology? Her eyes suddenly lit up as she looked up at Zhao Liangzi next to her and said, Almighty Doraemon, can you give me a chemical test paper? Zhao Liangzi, Doraemon. Bai Shuang looked at Zhao Liangzi curiously, then looked at Gu Nianji. Are you guys talking about something I don't understand? Zhao Liangzi glared at Gu Nianji. He knew she was talking about the equipment that the Special Operations Forces brought with them on field trips. He rummaged through his pockets and found a note and a small pair of scissors. Of course, it wasn't a chemical test paper. His fingers were nimble, and he quickly cut the note into a long chemical test paper and handed it to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji gestured at the keyhole, took the small scissors from Zhao Liangzi's hand, and cut off another edge. Looking at the makeshift chemical test paper again, it was about the same length and width as the keyhole. Gu Nianji sighed softly. This is the last way. If it still doesn't work, then I'll give up. She didn't have to open this safe. If she couldn't open it this time, she planned to put it aside for now. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, Gu Nianji put the makeshift chemical test paper in her mouth, wet it with her saliva, and slowly put it into the long keyhole. The test paper was a bit soft after being wet with saliva, so it wasn't easy to get it in. Gu Nianji patiently pushed it in bit by bit. Bai Shuang, Zhao Liangzi, and even Li Dixi, who was far away on the first floor of the basement, watched intently. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Finally, all the test paper was pushed in. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. If this works, I'll kneel down and call him Daddy. Before she could finish her sentence, there was a sudden click from the round and protruding keyhole. Then, something seemed to rumble and operate inside. Gu Nianji immediately shut her mouth. Damn it, her father had slapped her in the face. She really wanted to kneel down and call him Daddy. After a while, the rumbling sound inside stopped, and the round, bulging keyhole disc opened to both sides with a click, revealing a black camera. The camera wasn't big. It was only the size of a penny, and it was quietly facing them. Was it going to scan the iris? Gu Nianji squatted down again, trembling with fear, and aimed her eyes at the camera. A red light flashed in the camera, and then the keyhole disc closed on both sides again. This time, even the long keyhole was gone. Instead, it was replaced by a smooth oval surface. Looking at the curved lines drawn on it, Gu Nianji immediately understood that this was a fingerprint reader. She pressed all 10 of her fingers on it one by one as if she was dreaming. After another period of time, maybe only a minute, maybe 10 minutes. In short, before everyone's days had dissipated, the safe's door opened automatically with a click. If Zhao Liangzi hadn't quickly held her up, Gu Nianji's knees would have buckled, and she would have really knelt down. It turned out that this safe was indeed tailor-made for her. In order to open it, DNA, iris, and fingerprints, these were the 3 factors that could determine the identity of the person. In the small room on the first floor of the basement, Li Dixi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this scene. He was no longer as calm and composed as before. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. Smart, really smart. He was almost as smart as the Gu Haozi that his predecessors had written about in their memoirs. Li Dixi had never dealt with Gu Xiangwen. Ever since he took over the Gestapo, Gu Xiangwen had disappeared without a trace. They hadn't been able to find him until 7 years ago when they learned of his plane crash. Therefore, he had a more thorough understanding of Gu Xiangwen's father, Gu Haozi, who was Gu Nianji's grandfather. Now that he saw Gu Nianji, he could intuitively feel her extraordinary intelligence, and he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. At this time, he had already realized that Reinitz was hiding a lot of things from him. At this moment, he even suspected that the famous hacker, Pink Piggy, who broke into the Gestapo's entire computer internet system, was Gu Nianji. Thinking that the genius hacker, Pink Piggy, might be Gu Nianji, Li Dixi didn't get angry. Instead, he became even more excited. Such a person with such perfect genes was a gift from God to the Germans. If she could combine with Reinitz, who had the most perfect genes among the Germans, what kind of amazing offspring would she give birth to? The lowly Huaxia people didn't deserve such good genes. It should be said that, except for the noble Germans, no other race deserved such perfect genes. This is today's third update, Chapter 1211, Kneel and Call Me Daddy. Today is Monday, so please give me recommendation votes. Don't forget the recommendation votes from your friends. Mwah. Chapter 1222. Li Dixi stood up abruptly and said coldly, "Kill Hua Xiaoheng. Immediately. Immediately." As soon as he gave the order, the sniper who had been aiming at Hu Xiaoheng from the roof of the 6th floor aimed at the figure lying on the beam and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Li Dishi's men used a VSK-94 silent sniper rifle, which was equipped with a world-class high-efficiency silencer. The trigger sounded, but there was no sound at all. It also eliminated the sporadic flames that appeared when the bullet was fired from the muzzle. This kind of silent sniper rifle was actually not suitable for long-range combat. It was completely useless at a distance of more than 400 meters. But within 50 meters, it was the well-deserved king of the sniper world. The 9x39mm subsonic bullet pierced through the air like a ghost, only making a soft sound, like the low, hoarse sigh of someone who hadn't slept in the middle of the night, or like a string of ripples caused by a pebble being thrown into the bottom of a lake. This kind of bullet had greater explosive power and penetrating power than submachine gun bullets, and its lethality was even better. It could be said that within 50 meters, no one could escape the sniper rifle of the VSK-94 silent sniper rifle. The straight-line distance between Li Dishi's sniper and the figure lying on the beam on the roof of the 6th floor of the basement was exactly 49 meters. It was a sniper rifle with the best performance, the fastest bullet, and the perfect distance. Coupled with the completely silent shot, there wasn't even a single spark. With a thud, the subsonic bullet went straight into the head of the figure lying on the ground. From the video that his sniper sent back with 8 times magnification, Li Dishi clearly saw blood burst out of the man's head. Then, the man slumped down and lay motionless on the beam on the roof. He finally killed Hu Xiaoheng. The blood in Li Dishi's entire body rushed wildly and gathered at his brain and heart. No one in this world could stop him anymore. Li Dishi had always been very cautious and never did anything he wasn't sure of. But this time, he didn't have time to personally check if the person who was killed was Hu Xiaoheng. He just had his men examine the body and ordered, "Keep his body for me. I still have use for it. Let's go." Li Dishi took the lead and rushed out of the small room on the 1st floor of the basement. He ran into the elevator and led his men to the 6th floor of the basement. On the beam on the 6th floor of the basement, Li Dishi's sniper carried a sniper rifle and jumped over from the other side of the beam with a smile on his face. His hands and legs were long, and he climbed between the countless steel pipes like Spider-Man. He pounced forward and climbed onto the opposite beam. Hu Xiaoheng, whom he had killed earlier, was here. He wanted to verify if the person he had killed was really Hu Xiaoheng. But before he could stand firm, a bright knife light flashed in front of him. A dagger silently swept over from the darkness and ruthlessly cut his throat. Li Dishi's sniper breathed his last without uttering a word. Blood spurted from his throat onto the person he had killed just now. It looked like the blood of a human. Hu Xiaoheng expressionlessly stepped out of the darkness and kicked away the motionless person who had been sniped earlier. The person rolled to the side. It turned out that it was just a dummy. A bag of blood on the top of his head had been blown up by Li Dishi's sniper, which resulted in a realistic headshot. Hu Xiaoheng skillfully positioned Li Dishi's sniper in the same position as the dummy. He then removed the VSK-94 silent sniper rifle from the sniper's body with his black-gloved hand, aimed it at his head, and fired another shot. Puff! It sounded like a small fish quietly spitting bubbles at the bottom of the water in April. It also sounded like the sound of freshly brewed tea on a winter night. It was almost as if he could see the crab-eye bubbles. Hu Xiaoheng was stunned. In order to deal with him, Li Dishi had actually used a VSK-94 silent sniper rifle. It was really not bad. It was better than his own equipment. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips curled up slightly. He had seized this world-class VSK-94 silent sniper rifle. He still had his newly assembled submachine gun hanging on his arm, along with the VSK-94 that Li Dishi had gifted him. That's right. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed. There was also a bullet clip. He leaned down, pulled off the bullet belt wrapped around the sniper's waist, and casually hung it on his arm. After dealing with this person, Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It had only taken him 2 minutes. Li Dishi's elevator hadn't reached the 6th floor of the basement yet. Hu Xiaoheng immediately issued an order. Do it. His people had arrived here earlier than Li Dishi's people to lurk. By the time Li Dishi's men checked the location of the ambush, they were already under Hu Xiaoheng's full firepower. However, Li Dishi now had the most elite team with him, so Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't alert them. He tapped on his headset in Morse code and issued instructions. The Special Operations Forces field personnel who received his orders immediately acted according to the original plan. They formed groups of 2 and covered each other as they crept toward the location where Li Dishi's snipers were lying in ambush. They arrived from behind, as fast as the wind. In the darkness, Li Dishi's team of 2 observers had just noticed that something was wrong when a rope violently tightened around them. The sniper next to him was about to tilt his head when a strong arm stretched out and twisted his head 180 degrees, causing him to tilt his head to the side as much as he could. In order to not make any noise, the Special Operations Forces field personnel didn't use sound weapons. They all used their arms to strangle and ropes, and it didn't take long for them to clean up Li Dishi's surrounding snipers. Li Dishi's snipers had followed him everywhere on the blue planet and had never met their match. They didn't expect that in the basement of an inconspicuous bank in Cape Town, they would all be defeated by Hu Xiaoheng. In front of the black iron cabinet on the 6th floor of the basement, Gu Nianji, Bai Shuang, and Zhao Liangzi looked at the number 365 safe that automatically opened. After a while, Gu Nianji came back to her senses, put on her gloves, and slowly opened the small door of the safe. At first glance, it was empty, as if there was nothing inside. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She looked down and saw a lonely envelope lying at the bottom of the empty safe. She reached in and took the envelope out. The lights on the 6th floor of the basement were as pale as snow, making the envelope in her hand look yellow and old. The words on the envelope were written in calligraphy. Fortunately, it was written in regular script. Otherwise, Gu Nianji wouldn't have been able to recognize the calligraphy. The top of the envelope read, "For the descendants of the Gu family." Gu Nianji, Zhao Liangzi originally wanted to take the letter, but when he saw that the envelope was written, "For the descendants of the Gu family," he rubbed his nose and folded his hands behind his back. Bai Shuang also poked her head out to take a look and frowned slightly. "This is what you are looking for. Why was it a very old letter? What happened to the genetic data?" Gu Nianji held the light letter, but it felt so heavy that she almost couldn't lift it. She took a deep breath and thought to herself that she had to see what it was. She couldn't just turn around and leave. What if she took the wrong thing? Although the method of opening safe 365 seemed to be tailor-made for her, what if it was a trap set by Li Dishi and his men? After all, they had set up such a large-scale trap in the Alps. Gu Nianji was someone who had suffered greatly at Li Dishi's hands, so she had to be cautious. She looked at the envelope seal and saw that there was only a simple dot of red paint there. After a long time, the red paint seemed to have faded, leaving only a pale scarlet round spot on the pale yellow envelope. Gu Nianji rubbed the envelope a few times, then resolutely tore the red paint and opened the envelope. She looked down and saw that there were 5 pieces of paper in the envelope. Gu Nianji's heart continued to sink, but she still gritted her teeth and took out the 5 pieces of paper from the envelope. On the first page. "For the descendants of the Gu family, when you see this letter, I don't know which generation of descendants of the Gu family you are. But if you count from me, Gu Hausa, you won't be more than 3 generations, which means that you are my grandson or granddaughter. If you are not a descendant of the Gu family, then please spread this letter. I, Gu Hausa, was born in a concentration camp in the northeast of the Huaxia Empire. Everyone says that I am a genius, but in fact, only I, and the Yamato scientists who created me, know that I am a complete tragedy. In the concentration camp, where human dignity and morality have been obliterated, every life is born under the banner of pursuing the beauty of technological progress, but in fact, every new life here is a sin. In the 1,000 or so words that followed, Gu Nianji witnessed the most shameless, evil, and vicious disaster in the history of mankind. But in such a harsh environment, our ancestors still did not give up hope. They launched counterattacks and riots in the concentration camp again and again, and repeatedly tried to break through the fortress set up by those scientists. After countless sacrifices, destruction, countless hopes, and countless disappointments, there was finally a light at the end of the tunnel. News came that the enemy's lair had been bombed by the great United States of America. The Yamato scientists were devastated and planned to temporarily transfer a portion of their data to the European Gestapo. As their most successful and most unsuccessful data, I was also transported to Europe as cargo. While I was still on my way, I learned that my fellow inmates had launched a final counterattack. During that counterattack, my good friend, Brother He Shouwang, blew up the enemy's arsenal. The fire burned for 10 days and 10 nights. The research results of the Yamato scientists for nearly 100 years, as well as the data that had not been sent to Europe, were all destroyed. The enemy leader was furious and tortured and killed my friend, He Shouwang. My friend, He Shouwang's son, He Qingjian, followed me to Europe. On the way, he learned of his father's tragic situation. He swore to avenge his father and left quietly. I searched for him for 10 years, but I still couldn't find him. At this point, I don't have much time left. Before I die, I want to record this forgotten battle. I want to record the names of this group of Huaxia children who rose up to resist in the concentration camp. I hope that future generations will remember their names. Every individual who sacrificed for the benefit of the whole is worthy of respect and memory. Their names are He Shouwang, Zhang Aliang, Zhao Tongxin, Wang Qi, Yang Yiqin, Duan Yongbue, Qian Man, Xu Huan, Wei Shangyun. On the third and fourth sheets of paper, Gu Haoze had written these names densely in small characters. The people who had once called these names were already dead, but looking at this letter, the Huaxia children who did not forget to resist in the worst of circumstances seemed to have come back to life. Their gazes pierced through the years and gently watched the people living in the modern era. I hope that the people who read this letter can proudly tell them that our country still has mountains and rivers, and the country is prosperous and the people are at peace. This was the first chapter of today, chapter 12:12, Mountains and Rivers Still Exist. Chapter 12:23. Gu Nianji hadn't even finished reading all the names on the fourth page when tears blurred her vision. She wiped her tears again and again with the back of her hand, but she couldn't stop herself from sobbing. Zhao Liangzi pressed his jaw tightly together and gently wrapped his arm around Gu Nianji's shoulders. He wanted to comfort her, but when he opened his mouth, he realized he couldn't speak. Her eyes were red, but she forced herself not to cry like a little girl. Bai Shuang didn't expect it to be such a letter. She looked away expressionlessly. Only her trembling lower lip showed her agitation. Gu Nianji flipped to the fourth page and froze when she saw the fifth and final page. On the fifth page, there were 5 double-helix DNA molecular structures drawn with a fine charcoal pencil. There weren't many diagrams, but below each one was a detailed explanation of the data. Gu Nianji didn't know much about biology, so she only skimmed through the data and saw that Gu Haoze had written at the end of the data graphs. There are 9 graphs in total, and they show the major weaknesses of the DNA structure of the Huaxia Empire's main ethnic group. If we attack the broken chain, it will be as easy as blowing off dust to exterminate our clan. Since these 9 diagrams have fallen into my hands, I will destroy the 4 most important molecular structure diagrams for the sake of Huaxia. Also, leave behind 5 DNA molecular structures for future generations to study. There are dangers in this world, but there are also opportunities. These 5 DNA molecular diagrams can be helpful in the research of repairing genetic defects in our race. I hope my descendants will treasure it. Gu Nianji let out a long sigh. Yes, it was these 5 images. Reinitz's bureau had been searching for half a century for an opportunity to repair the genetic defects. Her grandfather was so powerful, but according to this letter, it seemed that he had passed away very early. Gu Nianji quickly recalled that her aunt, Gu Tian, had also passed away after giving birth to her daughter, Xie Qingying, due to some kind of genetic defect. He thought about how Gu Yanran and her mother, Gu Jing, were able to exist as special bone marrow donors. They probably had something to do with the research of the Yamato scientists. She snorted and stuffed the 5 pieces of paper back into the envelope. Just as she was about to put it into her pocket, the door to the 6th floor of the basement was kicked open. Gu Nianji was shocked and wondered if the person behind Bai Shuang had finally appeared. She instinctively stood in front of Zhao Liangze. It was Li Dixi and the others who rushed in from the 6th floor of the basement. At the same time, several snipers arranged by Li Dixi leaped down from the roof and snatched the letter from Gu Nianji's hands. They ran to the door and respectfully handed it over to Li Dixi. Bai Shuang looked up abruptly and saw Li Dixi and the others rushing in. The expression on her face was unreadable. Li Dixi accepted the letter with a smile on his face. The first person he saw when he looked up was Bai Shuang, who was standing at the front. Because she was wearing a red dress, she was even more eye-catching than Zhao Liangze, who was wearing indoor camouflage, and Gu Nianji, who was wearing a smoky gray suit. Agent Bai, well done. Agent Bai, well done. Lai Chi raised his hands and applauded. Zhao Liangze glared at Bai Shuang and said coldly, Bai Shuang, I can't believe you actually committed treason. Before Bai Shuang could speak, Li Dixi had already raised his hand and calmly ordered. Kill him. He was referring to Zhao Liangze. Of the 3 people in front of him, Bai Shuang was one of his people, Gu Nianji was the one he wanted, and only Zhao Liangze was an obstacle. Since he was an obstacle, of course, he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. The sniper next to Li Dixi immediately raised his gun and aimed. Gu Nianji was already in front of Zhao Liangze, so she was even more anxious now. She threw herself at him and hugged Zhao Liangze's head and face. She was betting that Li Dixi had taken such a big detour and set up such a big trap just for the letter in her hand and for her as a person. Since Li Dixi wanted her as a person, then he would definitely not let anyone hurt her. Gu Nianji was indeed very lucky at gambling, or rather, she had analyzed Li Dixi's motives and goals very thoroughly. Li Dixi really didn't want to hurt her. Seeing Gu Nianji throw herself at Zhao Liangze, Li Dixi quickly reached out to block her and raised the VSK-94 silent sniper rifle of the sniper next to him by a few centimeters. When shooting, the slightest mistake could result in a huge error. Li Dixi only raised the barrel, and the bullet immediately flew into the sky. Li Dixi glared at the sniper and whispered, "Did you forget what I told you?" His original words were, "You can kill anyone except Gu Nianji and Bai Shuang." If necessary, he could even kill Bai Shuang, but Gu Nianji was an exception. No matter the circumstances, Li Dixi would not allow anyone to hurt Gu Nianji. She was a perfect work of art that God had given to the Germans, and he would not allow anyone to add imperfection to this perfect work of art. Zhao Liangze was thrown to the ground by Gu Nianji. He was also extremely nervous, but his heart ached even more. Knowing that the person he loved had really done something treacherous, he was so heartbroken that he didn't even want to live anymore. Zhao Liangze hugged Gu Nianji and rolled on the ground to hide in the shadows next to the black iron cabinet. He raised his gun and aimed at Li Dixi and the others standing outside, firing several shots in a row. However, those people stood indifferently under the lights on the 6th floor of the basement, as if they weren't afraid of Zhao Liangze's gunshots. Gu Nianji quietly peeked out and saw that Bai and the others were wearing bulletproof vests. She couldn't help but purse her lips and think that she should also ask Hua Xiaoheng for a bulletproof vest. Bai Shuang stood under the light, her face whiter than snow. She stared at Li Dixi and said, "You guys are too early. I haven't gotten the data yet." Li Dixi laughed and raised the letter he had just received. "Agent Bai, I don't need your help with this. It's safer for me to get the data myself." With his suspicious personality, how could he let someone else have such important data? He had to come and get it himself to feel at ease. Bai Shuang's face became even paler. She stood motionless in front of the black iron cabinet where Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi were hiding, and hesitantly said, "Actually, it's not data, it's not." I'll have to read it first before making a conclusion." Li Dixi kissed the envelope and waved his hand. "Get out of the way." Bai Shuang remained motionless and stood there as if she had taken root. She gritted her teeth and said to Li Dixi, "Hua Xiao hasn't appeared yet. Isn't it too early for you to come out now? Aren't you afraid of alerting the enemy?" Hua Xiaoheng. Ha 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 ha. Li Dixi seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. "I killed him a long time ago. If I hadn't killed him, why would I show up?" Bai Shuang's heart sank. "You killed Hua Xiaoheng. You must be bragging." "Bragging?" Li Dixi sneered and pointed in a certain direction on the roof beam. "His corpse is lying on top of your heads. Don't you know that?" As if in response to his words, there was a very soft drip, and a drop of thick, bright red liquid fell from the beam, falling right between Bai Shuang and Li Dixi. Bai Shuang took a step back and was extremely surprised. "You really killed Hua Xiaoheng?" Li Dixi pointed at the blood that had just dripped down with one hand. "Look for yourself. Is he dead or not? Isn't it just a beam? Can this stump us? Do you want to see his body?" When Gu Nianji heard this and saw the few drops of blood dripping from the beam, she felt her heart suddenly become empty, and her eyes turned red. She impulsively pulled out the small pistol that Hua Xiaoheng had given her, pushed Zhao Liangzi away, and rushed out from behind the black iron cabinet. She shot Li Dixi 3 times in the head. Bang! 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 The strong airflow caused by the gunshots brushed past Li Dixi's shoulder and didn't hit him. However, he couldn't help but take a few steps back, completely losing his composure. "Gu Nianji, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit," Li Dixi said as a gun appeared in his hand, and he fired at Gu Nianji's feet. The floor of the 6th floor of the basement was hit so hard that stone foam splattered everywhere. The bullet seemed to explode at Gu Nianji's feet, but she wasn't afraid. Hua Xiaoheng's life was uncertain, so she must not fall. "That's my letter. I'm going to kill you, you bastard." Gu Nianji angrily scolded Li Dixi and fired a few more shots. Zhao Liangzi saw that the situation was not good, so he also rushed out from behind the black iron cabinet and hugged Gu Nianji. "Don't be impulsive. This old man is no match for Hua Xiao. Don't listen to his bragging." Gu Nianji came back to her senses and looked up at the beam, then at the blood that was accumulating on the ground. She said fiercely, "He stole my letter. He's blocking our door. Even if he's bragging and didn't kill Hua Xiao, I can't let him go. Sit and wait for death." That word didn't exist in Gu Nianji's dictionary. This was the second update of the day, chapter 12:13, that word doesn't exist in her dictionary. Chapter 12:24. Zhao Liangzi saw that he couldn't dissuade Gu Nianji, and his emotions were on a roller coaster ride. He impulsively pulled out his gun and returned fire with Gu Nianji. The sound of gunfire echoed in the space on the 6th floor of the bank's basement. The subordinates that Li Dixi brought with him were all his most elite troops. They were even more powerful than the snipers that had been lying in ambush on the beam. They reacted quickly and immediately pulled out their guns. However, Li Deshi had strictly ordered them not to hurt Gu Nianji. Therefore, in order to avoid Gu Nianji, they were somewhat restrained and couldn't exert their full strength. Zhao Liangzi rolled on the ground several times to avoid the bullets. It was all thanks to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji also realized that she had made the right bet. The other party was determined to have her and didn't want to hurt her. She now understood why Li Deshi had put in so much effort and set up such a grand scheme just to lure her into his trap. He probably knew about her special body constitution. Where did he get this information from? Gu Nianji's mind raced, and her hand never stopped pulling the trigger. However, the man was wearing a bulletproof vest. She had hit his chest several times, but he only staggered a few times before regaining his footing. She also wanted to be like Hu Xiaoheng and the others, shooting wherever they pointed. However, although her marksmanship was good, it still couldn't be compared to the real military. Moreover, it was easier to hit the bigger parts of the opponent's body when shooting face-to-face, such as the chest and back. It was actually very difficult to shoot at the opponent's arms, legs, and head in such a small area when shooting face-to-face without being able to aim. Even Zhao Liangzi only managed to hit the heads of two of Li Deshi's elite subordinates. But he was shot in the shoulder by his opponent. The power of the VSK-94 silent sniper rifle was on full display. Although the powerful penetrating force did not penetrate Zhao Liangzi's bulletproof vest, it sent him flying backward and crashing into the black iron cabinets. The huge recoil caused Zhao Liangzi to spit out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, his brain felt like it had snapped, and his vision went black. Gu Nianji hurriedly jumped in front of Zhao Liangzi. Bai Shuang stood amidst the hail of bullets. Her face was filled with panic, but her eyes shone brightly. She stared hard at Li Deshi and suddenly walked over. Li Deshi's men held their guns and stood in front of Li Deshi, aiming them at Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi, who were on the ground. Gu Nianji had blocked most of Zhao Liangzi's view, leaving only half of his head exposed. If they wanted to kill Zhao Liangzi, they could only aim at the exposed half of his head. Otherwise, they might accidentally hit Gu Nianji. Although these people were extremely impatient and wanted nothing more than to shoot Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi dead together, they didn't dare to disobey Li Deshi. They knew better than anyone how terrifying this person was. Under Li Deshi's iron fist, no one dared to disobey his orders. It only took a few seconds for these elite snipers to take aim. Gu Nianji was fearless. Zhao Liangzi struggled to get up and shielded Gu Nianji behind him. Bai Shuang looked back at Zhao Liangzi and Gu Nianji, then suddenly pounced on Li Deshi. She grabbed his arm and said in a deep voice, "You already got the data. Why aren't you leaving yet? I have to take Gu Nianji away." Li Deshi pushed Bai Shuang away and raised his hand to point at Gu Nianji, who was still trying to block Zhao Liangzi. "Someone, gag her and drag her away." Bai Shuang's eyelids twitched. She stared intently at the letter in Li Deshi's other hand, and countless images suddenly flashed through her mind. When she was a child, she learned to speak by her parents' side. When she was 6 years old, she carried a school bag and went to school for the first time under the bright autumn sunshine of the imperial capital. When she was 14 years old, she received her first love letter from her classmate. When she was 18 years old, she was admitted to the Foreign Affairs Academy. Her relatives and friends opened champagne to celebrate. When she was 26 years old, she became a national spokesperson. Her future was limitless. She closed her eyes, and the letter she had just read with Gu Nianji flashed through her mind. The names on it were like a living force that supported her faith. That letter must not fall into Li Deshi's hands. At that moment, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out from the steel beams on the 6th floor of the basement. The gunshots with silencers were short and arrogant, like shooting stars in the air. Hu Xiaoheng and the Special Operations Forces field personnel jumped down from the beam while pulling the metal chain. At the same time, they held their submachine guns in mid-air and started shooting at the bodyguards who were standing. They were regular soldiers, and in this kind of life-and-death situation, their marksmanship was much better than that of ordinary shooters. Shooters focused on accuracy, but they focused on killing the enemy. One bullet to kill one enemy, never missing, and never retreating. Ah! The elite soldiers around Li Dixi were so shocked that their eyes widened. They looked at the soldiers in camouflage uniforms descending from the beam like divine soldiers and forgot to fight back. They thought they were on the same side. But before they had time to question where their own people had gone, they had already fallen to the ground and died. Li Dixi was shocked and hurriedly dodged and retreated. He also grabbed Bai Shuang, who was standing next to him, and twisted her hands in front of him. Behind him was the reinforced concrete wall, and in front of him was Bai Shuang, the meat shield. Bai Shuang was also taller than him, so it was not easy to hit him. Hu Xiaoheng landed on one leg, right next to Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze. He pulled Gu Nianji up with one hand and protected her in his arms. He looked at Zhao Liangze and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Zhao Liangze shook his head with a sorrowful expression. "I'm fine." He didn't have a gunshot wound, but the penetrating force of the bullet was too strong. He felt that his shoulder should be bruised and in excruciating pain. But while he could endure the physical pain, he couldn't suppress the pain in his heart. Zhao Liangze slowly stood up with the help of the black iron cabinet. In front of him, only Li Dixi and Bai Shuang were still standing. Everyone else had been knocked down by them. Hu Xiaoheng was surrounded by his own people, all of whom were murderous. The muzzles of their black submachine guns were pointed outward, and they were ready to shoot holes in Li Dixi and Bai Shuang in front of them at any time. The change happened so quickly that Gu Nianji's mind was still in a sluggish state for a moment. She only held Hu Xiaoheng's arm firmly and refused to let go. Just across from them, Li Dixi hid behind Bai Shuang and sneered. "You don't want that data anymore, do you? Didn't you go through all the hardships to come here and even use yourself as bait just for this data? Hu Xiaoheng, you are too cunning." Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and didn't bother to argue with Li Dixi. He simply said, "Return the letter to us, and I will leave your corpse intact." "Ha, you can still talk big at a time like this." Li Dixi suddenly pushed Bai Shuang away and tugged at his tuxedo to reveal the bulletproof vest on his body and the ring of grenades tied to his waist. Mk-8A9, the latest attack grenade from the US military. One will send you to God. What do you think? Do you want to die with me? Li Dixi looked at Hu Xiaoheng with a grim smile and patted the grenade on his body. This kind of grenade was very sturdy, and each one contained at least 300 grams of compressed TNT. It also had to be pulled to explode, so it was very powerful. Some grenades also had steel balls in them. After the explosives exploded, the steel balls would cause a second devastating blow to the human body. Almost in the blink of an eye, Hu Xiaoheng and the others' advantage was immediately erased. Li Dixi alone could send them all to hell together. Hu Xiaoheng remained motionless, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He slowly raised his gun and said coldly, "Do you think I am afraid?" At that moment, Bai Shuang bit her lip, turned around, and hugged Li Dixi with her left hand. Her body immediately blocked him, as well as the grenade at his waist. Li Dixi was suddenly alarmed. But before Li Dixi could react, Bai Shuang had already raised her right hand. He didn't know when, but a pistol had appeared in her hand. The exquisite silver pistol gleamed as it accurately pressed against Li Dixi's carotid artery. There was no bulletproof vest to protect him. Apart from the brain, this was the weakest and most fatal place. Bai Shuang was taller than him, so he had originally pulled her in front of him to act as a shield. Hua Xiaoheng and the others couldn't aim at Li Dishi's carotid artery. But now, Bai Shuang had suddenly changed sides and pulled out her gun. The situation had reversed once again. Li Dishi was terrified. He stared at Bai Shuang and pointed at Hua Xiaoheng angrily. What are you doing? Are you crazy? He is the one who killed your father. As he spoke, he used the hand holding the gun to press against Bai Shuang's waist, trying to push her away. Bai Shuang did not hesitate to pull the trigger. She sneered and said word by word, "Give the letter back to us." Li Dishi's hand that was holding the gun moved reflexively. Bai Shuang's body swayed slightly, and her face suddenly stiffened, but she still gritted her teeth and snatched the letter from Li Dishi's hand. Li Dishi's legs went limp, and he fell to the ground. Hua Xiaoheng's men rushed forward and pulled Bai Shuang away. They aimed at Li Dishi's head, who had already fallen to the ground, and fired several shots. After confirming that he was dead, they removed the grenade from his waist. After a careful examination, they reported the grenade was not timed. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Clean up the battlefield and retreat. He strode over and glanced at Bai Shuang. He was suddenly startled. Are you hurt? Bai Shuang's face was pale, and her lips were bloodless. She slowly raised the hand holding the letter. The letter, this was the third chapter of the day, chapter 12-14, the final hit. Chapter 12-25. Hua Xiaoheng looked calm. He took the letter from Bai Shuang and looked at her again. Are you really okay? She was still wearing the striking red dress. Zhao Liangze had put the tuxedo on her earlier, but it had fallen to the ground by the wall during the running and fighting. The red dress made her face look even paler, but it also made her eyes shine like the brightest stars in the night sky. Bai Shuang shook her head. Her voice was lower than usual, but still powerful. I'm fine. Bai Shuang. Zhao Liangze finally rushed over and pushed Hua Xiaoheng aside anxiously. He rushed to Bai Shuang and asked anxiously, Bai Shuang, are you okay? You scared me to death just now. How can you be so bold? What if? If Li Dishi was quick-witted and pulled the fuse of the grenade at his waist, Bai Shuang, who was closest to him, would definitely die. Zhao Liangze was so nervous that he didn't even feel the pain in his shoulder anymore. He desperately took Bai Shuang's hand and looked her up and down. Fortunately, other than her slightly wrinkled skirt and messy hair, there were no other signs of injury. It was just that his face was too pale and his hands were as cold as ice. Why are your hands so cold? Zhao Liangze asked instinctively. A faint blush appeared on Bai Shuang's face. Big brother, it's 0 degrees here. I'm only wearing a skirt. How can I not feel cold? Where is my tuxedo? Zhao Liangze remembered the tuxedo he had draped over Bai Shuang earlier. He looked around and saw it in the corner of the wall. He quickly walked over to pick it up and draped it over Bai Shuang again. Put on your clothes if you're cold. Idiot. Why are you so stupid? Zhao Liangze tenderly took her hand again. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at them again and frowned. His gaze swept across the 6th floor of the basement. Close the safe and wipe off your fingerprints. The bodies of Li Dishi and his men are in the basement, waiting for his people to claim them. After giving the order, the field personnel who had followed Hua Xiaoheng quickly cleaned up the battlefield. 5 minutes later, the mission was completed. Hua Xiaoheng calmly gestured, retreat. Everyone walked towards the gate. Gu Nianji took a few steps and turned around to see that Bai Shuang was still standing alone under the light, staring at Zhao Liangze without moving. Zhao Liangze took her hand and asked in confusion, let's go. Why aren't you leaving? Bai Shuang looked at him and curled her lips. She tilted her head and said playfully, I can't walk anymore. I need you to carry me. Zhao Liangzi was amused by Bai Shuang's tired expression. There was also a hint of sweetness and warmth that constantly vibrated and expanded in his chest, making his breath carry her scent. Okay. Zhao Liangzi had just been shot in the shoulder. Although he had a bulletproof vest, he was still injured. However, Zhao Liangzi didn't want to argue with Bai Shuang at all. As long as she was alive, as long as she was by his side, he would do anything. Moreover, he only wanted to hug her. With a shake of his arms, he carried Bai Shuang horizontally and quickly walked towards the door. Zhao Liangzi was a little surprised to see Bai Shuang in his arms. She was actually so light, Gu Nianji. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng, and the expression in her eyes was clear. Look at her boyfriend. Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji. We walk faster than them. As he spoke, he took Gu Nianji's hand and strode past Zhao Liangzi, who was carrying Bai Shuang. When passing by the two of them, Hua Xiaoheng quickly looked back at Zhao Liangzi and said, "There's not much time left. Don't complicate things. It's okay, I can carry her." Zhao Liangzi carefully held Bai Shuang as if he was holding a treasure he had lost and regained. He carried Bai Shuang horizontally in his arms all the way and quickly walked into the elevator. The elevator rose to the parking lot floor, and he carried Bai Shuang out of the elevator. It was already 10:00 at night. From sneaking into the basement to finding the data, to quickly ending the battle, it had taken them less than an hour. Other than the two field personnel who had their arms grazed by bullets and Zhao Liangzi's shoulder bruises, there were no other casualties. It could be said to be a complete victory. Although Gu Nianji also wanted Hua Xiaoheng to princess carry her, she still didn't dare to be as presumptuous as Bai Shuang when she saw Hua Xiaoheng's solemn and cold expression. She just kept a smile on her face and held Hua Xiaoheng's hand tightly as she followed him. The group arrived at the parking lot. Get in the car and go back to the port first. Get ready to sail. Hua Xiaoheng gestured for the field personnel to get in the car first. The case here would probably spread all over Cape Town by dawn. They had to leave Cape Town before the police here realized what had happened. Nianji, get in the car. Hua Xiaoheng opened the door of Zhao Liangzi's jeep and let Gu Nianji sit in the front passenger seat. Zhao Liangzi carried Bai Shuang out of the elevator door and quickly said, "Wait for us." Gu Nianji leaned against the car window and watched Zhao Liangzi princess carry Bai Shuang. He could still run, and her eyes widened. How come I never knew Brother Zhe was so strong? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the two people getting closer and closer. He ignored her, but his brows gradually furrowed. "Mr. Hua, I'll drive." Zhao Liangzi opened the car door and placed Bai Shuang in the back seat. He was about to get into the driver's seat. Hua Xiaoheng pushed him away. "Sit in the back seat. I'll drive." He glanced at Bai Shuang again. Under the night sky, Bai Shuang was still smiling. Her lips were plump, unlike those of Eastern women, and they were especially alluring when she smiled. She kept looking at Zhao Liangzi and waved at him. "Little Zhe, come sit with me. Let's talk." Zhao Liangzi climbed into the back seat like he was possessed. He sat next to Bai Shuang and closed the back door. "Let's talk when we get back. We are in a hurry to return to the base now." Bai Shuang smiled and placed her head on his shoulder, murmuring, "But I want to hear you speak." Hua Xiaoheng sat in the driver's seat and looked up at the rearview mirror. He caught a glimpse of blood at the corner of Bai Shuang's mouth. He turned back sharply and said, "Bai Shuang, are you hurt?" Bai Shuang faintly smiled and lightly said, "It's just a minor injury. It's nothing serious." Zhao Liangzi seemed to understand now, and his expression immediately changed. "Minor injuries? Where? Where? It's just my arm. It's just a scratch. Why are you screaming?" Bai Shuang said angrily and pushed Zhao Liangzi, but she didn't have much strength and almost fell from the seat. Zhao Liangze held Bai Shuang's hand and felt that it was colder than in the basement. He suddenly felt fear in his heart. It was as if the thing he feared the most in his life was finally coming true. But he didn't dare to face it. He subconsciously comforted himself. It can't be, it can't be, it can't be. His brain had already roared uncontrollably. Drive. Drive. Go to the hospital. Go to the hospital now. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes dimmed. He slammed his foot on the accelerator and rushed out of the parking lot. He said, I'll call the consulate first. The doctors there are more reliable than the local doctors here. Gu Nianji stared blankly at Zhao Liangze and Hua Xiaoheng's nervous and anxious expressions. She seemed to understand something and shrank in her seat alone. Bai Shuang, didn't you want to talk to me? Say it. Zhao Liangze carefully held Bai Shuang in his arms. Say something. Say what? Little Zay, aren't you very good at finding topics? But every time you go out with me on a date, I'm the one who finds topics. I'm punishing you today for finding topics. Bai Shuang's smile was like silk as she tightly trapped Zhao Liangze in her web of love. Zhao Liangze couldn't help laughing. Seeing that she could still joke, he relaxed a little. He tugged at the collar of his camouflage uniform and said with lingering fear, You've scared me so much these past few days. I really thought you really thought I committed treason. Bai Shuang said slowly, as if she didn't care about the topic at all. Gu Nianji turned around and interrupted with a smile. I knew Sister Bai wouldn't do it. Because your behavior was so strange. It was as if the words I have a problem were written on your forehead. Although I don't know much about Sister Bai, such an obvious difference was shown in front of her closest friend. I couldn't help but think too much about it. Fortunately, I didn't misjudge you. You're amazing. You even fooled Li Dishi. Bai Shuang smiled nonchalantly. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng's back as he drove and said lightly, Actually, I'm not that great. When Li Dishi revealed the true cause of my father's death, I did hate and resent him. I also wanted to take revenge and make you pay. Gu Nianji shut her mouth. Zhao Liangze hugged Bai Shuang tightly and didn't know how to comfort her. Bai Shuang sighed and continued, But when Li Dishi showed me the contributions that my father had made to them, and when I saw the field agents who died because of him, I realized that my father really deserved to die. She had originally thought that her father had been suppressed because he disagreed with others. Later, the incident with the North American branch of the Secret Service was top secret. After she left her position as the national spokesperson, she could no longer access this information. Therefore, this misunderstanding had been buried in the bottom of her heart. It wasn't until Li Dishi appeared and used the true cause of her father's death to ignite the anger in her heart and provoke all her unwillingness and resentment. Then he used her father's contributions to foreign intelligence agencies to extinguish all her anger. She could no longer go against her conscience and say that her father didn't deserve to die. She was the only one who knew how she had been living these days. I just wanted to do something to atone for my father's sins. Bai Shuang's eyes gradually became blank. She looked into the void as if her father and mother were there. My father did something wrong, and I am his only daughter. I will pay for him. You did a good job. Zhao Liangze hugged her tightly and pressed his face against her increasingly cold forehead. Although he tried his best to hold it in, he couldn't help but choke. Bai Shuang, I am proud of you. You saved all of our lives. You helped us retrieve important data and information, and you killed the B*TCH, Li Dishi. I will ask for credit for you when I return to China. He said loudly in a hoarse voice. Bai Shuang sighed slowly, and her voice became more and more erratic. No, don't ask for credit. I don't have the face to. Say sorry to them for me. She raised her hand and trembled as she touched Zhao Liangze's chin. She whispered, "Little Zay, I will ask you one last question. You must answer me honestly." Zhao Liangzi nodded heavily. "Do you really love me? Don't lie to me. Don't sympathize with me. Don't be grateful to me. Don't be polite just because I pursued you. Tell me honestly, did you really love me? It doesn't matter if you don't love me. I just want to hear the truth." Bai Shuang stared at Zhao Liangzi with wide eyes. In fact, her vision was already blurred, and she could barely see clearly. Zhao Liangzi hugged Bai Shuang, who was getting colder and colder. His lips trembled violently, but his words were resolute. "I love you. Of course I love you. I have always loved you. There has never been anyone else. I am a fool. I can't even tell who I really love. Bai Shuang, hold on a little longer. Don't sleep. We are going to the hospital soon. When you recover, we will get married right away. When I retire from the army, you don't have to do anything. Just stay by my side. I will start a company to make money for you to spend. We will have 2 children, a boy and a girl. The older brother must love the younger sister. If she doesn't, I will break his legs. We will buy a house in the school district together, no matter how expensive it is. Maybe we will quarrel about the children's education, but you can't ignore me. Even if you quarrel, you have to talk to me after the quarrel." Bai Shuang listened quietly in his arms. After a while, she said with a smile, "That's nice." Then, she exhaled one last breath and closed her eyes forever. This was the first chapter of the day, chapter 12:15, The Longest Night. Chapter 12:26. Zhao Liangzi held Bai Shuang tightly in his arms and pressed his face against her forehead, as if he wanted to warm her cold forehead. But no matter how hard he tried, Bai Shuang could no longer feel warmth. Hu Xiaoheng stepped hard on the accelerator and sped all the way until he finally drove into the parking lot of the Huaxia Empire's consulate in Cape Town. He made several phone calls along the way and contacted the consul, the military officer, and the first secretary. He asked them to quickly prepare a stretcher and medicine. He also asked the doctors and nurses to be in place and immediately start resuscitation as soon as they got out of the car. Therefore, when they arrived, there were already a few people in white coats standing in the parking lot of the consulate. They were carrying stretchers, carrying medicine boxes, and holding braces, waiting anxiously. The car screeched to a stop in front of the men in white coats. Hu Xiaoheng pushed the door open and jumped out. He walked to the back door and opened it. He frowned and said, "Little Zay, ask the doctor to save Bai Shuang." Zhao Liangzi looked up at Hu Xiaoheng, his lips trembling violently. After a while, he finally said, "I'll carry her in." He carried Bai Shuang out of the car. The tuxedo that Bai Shuang was wearing fell to the ground. The red dress flowed down Zhao Liangzi's arms like a waterfall. Zhao Liangzi carried Bai Shuang horizontally, as if holding a bouquet of gorgeous red spider lilies, and solemnly placed her on the stretcher. Gu Nianji got out of the car and glanced at Bai Shuang. The lights in the parking lot were bright, and she caught a glimpse of the red at the waist of Bai Shuang's dress. Zhao Liangzi's dark gray camouflage uniform had been dyed red. The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched uncontrollably. The doctors and nurses in white coats quickly carried the stretcher into the consulate's operating room. Zhao Liangzi didn't say a word and immediately followed them to the operating room door. He sat on the bench and stared motionlessly at the door. Hu Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji's hand and followed her to the operating room. He glanced at Zhao Liangzi and asked, "Is your shoulder okay?" Zhao Liangzi shook his head. He couldn't feel his shoulder at all. At this time, the bright red "Surgery in Progress" light at the top of the operating theater's entrance lit up. Gu Nianji asked worriedly, Will Sister Bai get better? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He held her hand and turned to look at the night sky outside the window. He could tell that Bai Shuang should have died a long time ago. In the operating room, a doctor in a white coat bent down with a stethoscope and placed it on Bai Shuang's chest. There was no heartbeat. The doctor froze for a moment and then looked at Bai Shuang's eyelids again. Shaking his head, he said regretfully, "It's too late. He has already passed away." As he said that, he cut open Bai Shuang's red dress and saw a dark red bullet hole in her waist. This must be the cause of death. In less than 5 minutes, the in-surgery red light above the door of the operating theater went off. The doors to the operating room opened, and Zhao Liang's heart raced. With the severity of Bai Shuang's injury, it was definitely not a good sign that the surgery was over in such a short time. Hua Xiaoheng walked over and asked the first doctor who came out, "How is the lady's injury?" "Injuries. The gunshot wound was too serious, and he was already on the road. My condolences." The doctor shook his head and did not ask how Bai Shuang had been injured. He was now a doctor at the consulate, and the person who came to deliver the patient was under the banner of the Special Operations Forces. The doctor was wise enough not to ask any questions. "Passed away. Are you blind? You didn't even examine her. You just looked at her eyes and you said she passed away. I think you don't want to live anymore." Zhao Liangzi was furious when he heard the doctor's words. He stood up abruptly and asked the question in the doctor's face. Although the doctor sympathized with them, he was still unhappy to be questioned about his professional ability. With a cold face, he took Bai Shuang's hand and said to Zhao Liangzi, "Her symptoms are typical of excessive blood loss. You were with her all the way. Don't you know that she lost a lot of blood?" "How would I know?" Zhao Liangzi was furious. "We came out of the basement, and it was so cold there, little Zay," Hua Xiaoheng yelled. His face darkened as he stopped him from continuing. "Since it's already like this, then prepare the coffin. We will take her back to the Huaxia Empire." Coffin. The word was like a sledgehammer that hit Zhao Liangzi hard in the chest. His vision darkened, and the injury on his shoulder rushed over like a flood. He finally couldn't stand it anymore. The double blow to his body and spirit caused him to faint in front of the operating room. Several doctors and nurses rushed Zhao Liangzi into the operating room again. Outside the operating room, Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng, who had a serious expression on his face, and said softly, "Hua Xiao, you must be well." Seeing Bai Shuang's death and Hua Xiaoheng's daily combat routine, Gu Nianji began to worry. In the past, she knew that Hua Xiaoheng's work was secretive and dangerous, but she didn't have an intuitive impression of it because she had never really seen it. Moreover, she blindly worshipped and trusted Hua Xiaoheng. She firmly believed that no one and nothing could defeat him. Although she had also thought that he might sacrifice himself, that kind of anticipation was completely different from directly facing the sacrifice of others. She found that she actually couldn't face the day that he would die on the battlefield with his comrades, with Bai Shuang, or even with Yi Shouwang. As written in her grandfather Gu Hao's letter, she hugged Hua Xiaoheng's waist tightly, buried her head in his chest, and suppressed the choking sobs that rushed out of her mouth. Hua Xiaoheng understood her feelings, but he had seen this kind of situation many times. Although he was sad, it wasn't to the point of no return, nor was he on the verge of collapse like Zhao Liangzi. He had always been a strong, calm, invincible war machine. And he was proud of it. He understood Gu Nianji's concerns, but he didn't care. As a soldier's family, this should be her self-awareness. Hua Xiaoheng kissed the top of her head. "I will be careful." After that, Hua Xiaoheng connected the Bluetooth headset and began to assign follow-up tasks. Not long after, Zhao Liangzi was also pushed out of the operating room. His shoulder injury was more serious. It was already bruised badly after being hit by a bullet, and he had hugged Bai Shuang all the way, so his shoulder joint was swollen. Fortunately, there was no bone injury, only muscle damage. After bandaging, he would be fine after a few days of rest. Are you okay? If there's nothing else, let's go. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't stay for a moment. I have contacted the Navy and the Air Force. The Navy will take us to the nearest military base, and from there we will take the Air Force's special plane back home immediately. Zhao Liangze looked at Hu Xiaoheng expressionlessly. What about Bai Shuang? You said you would take her back with you. Of course we will go back together. Hu Xiaoheng nodded solemnly at him. I will keep my word. 24 hours later, a military plane from the southern hemisphere slowly landed at the T3 terminal of the Imperial Capital International Airport. It was already 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was about to rise. Although in the northern hemisphere, the weather in early May was moving toward summer, the weather in the morning was still a little cold. The tarmac of the airport was filled with people. Almost all the senior officials of the imperial capital were gathered here, giving the martyr Bai Shuang the highest honor reception. Prime Minister Bai Jianqing, the leader of the Supreme Military Council, General Ji, and Speaker Long of the Senate, all wore black formal attire with white flowers pinned to their chests. They stood solemnly at the front of the line. Attention! Salute! The honor guard on the tarmac gave the order, and the tall honor guard looked in the direction of the cabin in unison. The cabin door slowly opened, and 4 soldiers in Special Operations Forces military uniforms slowly walked down from the plane, carrying a cherrywood coffin. The coffin was covered with a bright red flag. This was the second watch of the day, Chapter 12:16, the highest honor. Chapter 12:27. Bai Shuang's mother died early, and her father was dead. Among her relatives in the country, only her uncle Bai Jianqing and uncle Bai Changhui were the closest. Her cousin Bai Yueran walked over with a bouquet of lilies on behalf of the family and gently placed the lilies on the coffin. Lowering her head to kiss the coffin, Bai Yueran sobbed, "Sister, I'll take you home." The military music suddenly began to play, and the majestic military song resounded over the Imperial Capital International Airport. The world was solemn, the years were long, the clouds were white, and the world was impermanent. At that moment, a red sun broke through the sky, and the golden sunlight shone on the cherry coffin, giving the bouquet of lilies and the bright red flag a golden edge. It was dazzling. The solemn atmosphere at the scene was lifted. Although there were sacrifices, it was precisely because of these sacrifices that they brought us true hope. Bai Yueran sighed softly and saw Zhao Liangze standing on the right front carrying the coffin. She didn't know where he had been on a mission in the past few months, but his face looked darker than usual, but also bloodless and pale. He just stared straight ahead, completely ignoring Bai Yueran who had come to offer flowers. Bai Yueran thought of what had happened between Bai Shuang and Zhao Liangze and could only sigh. She silently stepped aside and watched the 4 tall and burly soldiers of the Special Operations Forces carry the coffin farther and farther away. Just like Zhao Liangze's heart, it was also getting farther and farther away from her. She knew that they could never go back. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng only got off the plane after all the people at the airport had left. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't show his face, and Gu Nianji didn't want to show her face. Today was Bai Shuang's big day, and no one could steal her limelight. Gu Nianji leaned her head on Hu Xiaoheng's shoulder and murmured, "Hu Xiao, Bai Shuang, she almost committed suicide. If she had said earlier that she had been shot, if she hadn't worn that eye-catching, fiery red dress, the outcome might have been different, right?" The gunshot wound wasn't immediately fatal, but excessive bleeding killed her in a short period of time. Hu Xiaoheng didn't speak, and the lines of his jaw tightened like a fully drawn bow. He touched her head, turned around, and kissed her on the forehead. His warm lips touched Gu Nianji's slightly cold skin, and Hua Xiaoheng paused. It felt so good that he couldn't bear to let it go. Thus, his lips slid down from her forehead, past her straight and exquisite nose, to her playful and cute lips, and he kissed them heavily. Gu Nianji's lips were numb from the kiss. She felt dizzy, and her heart was pounding. It was just a kiss. How could she feel suffocated? It must be because the weather is too hot and the plane is too stuffy. It must be. It was 8:00 in the morning when he got off the plane. The sun hung high in the sky, stretching for thousands of miles. Hua Xiaoheng's driver took him straight to the compound where the Supreme Military Council was located. Gu Nianji also went with him because General Ji specifically asked her to go with him. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng into the conference room with the highest level of security in the military compound. There were 7 people in the conference room, including 5 standing committee members, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai Jianqing. This was definitely the highest level of leadership in the empire. To be honest, if a shell were to hit this room at this time, it could wipe out all the elites of the Huaxia Empire. The Huaxia Empire would immediately fall behind by at least 50 years. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji walked in, holding the letter from Gu Nianji's grandfather, Gu Haoze. Hua Xiaoheng walked to the podium in the conference room first and said with a serious expression, "Chiefs, I am Hua Xiaoheng, the commander of the Special Operations Forces, and also the Deputy Secretary General of the Supreme Military Council. This time, our forces carried out a secret operation codenamed Fox Hunt. The briefing has already been sent to you." He had already reported the entire situation to General Ji. The CIA's famous underground czar, Li Dishi, had died at the hands of Bai Shuang. There was also a brief description of the genome data of the Huaxia Empire. Of course, the latter was top-secret information, so it was only briefly mentioned in the briefing. What I want to say is that in this operation, Comrade Bai Shuang made the greatest contribution single-handedly. In the end, in order to save all of us, she perished together with Li Dishi. For such a person, I request that her name be recorded in the annals of history and be admired by tens of thousands of people. The conference room was quiet. General Ji looked at Gu Nianji, who was standing silently on the side. He raised his hand and said, "Nianji, that letter is for your family. Read it to everyone." "Yes, Chief." Gu Nianji walked to the podium, and Hua Xiaoheng stood to the side with a straight military posture. Gu Nianji opened the letter and began to read her grandfather, Gu Haoze's last words. "At this point, my days are numbered. Before I die, I want to record this forgotten battle and record the names of the Huaxia Empire's sons and daughters who rose up to resist in the concentration camp. I hope that future generations will remember their names. Every individual who sacrificed for the good of the whole is worthy of respect and memory. Their names are He Shouwang, Zhang Aliang, Zhao Tongxin, Wang Qi, Yang Yiqin, Duan Yongbua, Qian Man, Xu Huan, Wei Shangyun. I hope that the people who read this letter can proudly tell them that our country's mountains and rivers still exist, and the people are at peace." Her still crisp voice was a little gloomy because of her low mood, but it better reflected the mood of the person who wrote the letter. The words, "mountains and rivers still exist, and the people are at peace," greatly shocked the already hardened hearts of these big shots. The 5 grizzled standing members of the Supreme Military Council all stood up together. "Attention, salute." They saluted in Gu Nianji's direction. Hua Xiaoheng also saluted beside Gu Nianji. Bai Jianqing and Speaker Long were not soldiers, but they also stood up and bowed deeply in Gu Nianji's direction. Of course, they were not saluting and bowing to Gu Nianji. They were saluting the Huaxia Empire's sons and daughters who rose up to resist mentioned in the letter in Gu Nianji's hand. General Ji said in a low voice, "This list must be preserved in our museum so that our future generations will remember it." Gu Nianji nodded solemnly and said, "Although this is my family's letter, the information it carries has long exceeded the scope of my family. There is also a page of data that belongs to the entire Huaxia Empire. I dedicate this letter to the country, and I hope you can keep it well and not let the martyrs in the letter down." As she spoke, Gu Nianji put the letter back into the envelope and held it with both hands. She walked down from the podium and handed it to General Ji. General Ji felt that this thin letter was extremely heavy. They all knew about the concentration camp in the northeast, but they did not expect that there would actually be such a piece of data that could shake the foundation of the entire nation's existence in the world. "Don't worry. I will let Xiaoheng keep this piece of data. The Special Operations Forces have the highest level of security, so it is the most appropriate." As General Ji spoke, he handed the letter to Hua Xiaoheng and reminded him, the page of data must be kept well and given the highest level of security. Scientists who can access this data must go through the most stringent political review in your department. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand to take it and replied in a low voice, "Yes, sir." After the meeting, Hua Xiaoheng was going to leave for the International Special Forces competition to show his face. That was actually not his main duty. He had led the team there previously as a cover. After he left, there was already an official Special Forces coach in the military to take over the management. He was only going now to wrap up his own operation. He would return after taking a photo with everyone at the opening ceremony. However, Gu Nianji was very reluctant to leave. She hugged his waist and refused to let him leave. Hua Xiaoheng was a little helpless. He knew that because of Bai Shuang, Gu Nianji was depressed and needed someone to comfort her. However, he still had a mission to complete, so he couldn't delay too much. However, seeing how sad Gu Nianji was, he couldn't bear to leave immediately. "Why don't you come with me?" Hua Xiaoheng had an idea. "I'll call Speaker Long from the Senate and ask for a leave of absence for you." "Really?" Gu Nianji's eyes lit up, and she smiled. "Call quickly. I'll go with you." Gu Nianji couldn't ask for more than anything to be able to continue to be with Hua Xiaoheng. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 12:17, I'll go with you. Good night, my dears. Begging for a wave of monthly votes and recommendation votes. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.